Let me refresh. Let me refresh and see. Yes.
Okay. Hi. Can you hear me? On Teams. Yes, I'm on Teams.
Yes. Yes, I can hear.
Hello, can you hear me? Welcome once again to Niger Data Platform. And we are about to start. We are just trying to fix some things here in Nigeria. Just keep in tune and we'll get to you soon. So can you hear me? Okay, good. So what of the sharing of the screen? Is it up? Okay, that's fine. So I need to share this folder there. Multiple.
Bird sky on the beat.
Say one for the money, two for the dough, three for the shorty. Now I don't blow. One for the money, two for the dough, three for the shorty. Now I don't blow. One for the money, two for the dough, three for the shorty. Now I don't blow. One for the money, two for the dough, three for the shorty. Now I don't blow. She told my love that love. She talks out the book. She wants know the cook. But I want to give you some love. She talks out the book. She still want know the cocoa. Yeah.
From here. That's tough.
Is there a way they can mute themselves for now? Because whatever they are saying is coming onto YouTube.
I just did. Can you confirm if you can hear? I'm not sure she can see.
Everyone. All right, so we're starting. We can keep our devices so we can concentrate on what we're here. And the first thing we'll be doing is getting to know each other. Well, just finalizing everything. So please try to meet somebody seated next to you. If you came with that person, don't greet that person. Find someone you have not seen today and say hello to get to know them. This is a networking event. You can't say hello. I saw you greet and wink. Please separate. Hello. I'm going to ask if you know the person's name. I'm going to ask the person's name, the person's place of work.
Hi. I know you are going to get you.
You can ask who they're working on. You don't know if that person has the key to your next job.
Take a start. Oh, so I would say what's I'll just
okay, yeah. Hey, question time.
take a start.
All right, so I'm asking questions about the names of people around you. All right, sir. What's her name?
To 20, from 20 to 60, from 60 to 100, from 100 to 1,000.
So we have this big community, and we have a group on WhatsApp, but WhatsApp group cannot really hold the community. We have to split up into Telegram and Kaizilla so that we can still continue our meeting. And later, we now found that most of the community members, they are trying to grow. That listen to people. So what we now decide to do, sometime this year, the community decide to metamorphose into Niger Data Platform, a platform where we can do lots and lots of things that has to do with data. And we started with one major event that is running currently for 10 weekends. So we are on week number 9, if I'm not making a mistake. This Saturday will be the 9th week, and we'll be running these events every Saturday. And what are we doing? We are trying to see how we can grow young professionals to become data administrator, data analysts, data scientists, data engineers. And from look of things, we've really affected lots of people in the community. So I would like to welcome all of us once again into one of the biggest community in Nigeria, and that is Niger Data Platform. So thank you very much for coming around, and let's go for better meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that brief introduction. And I'm also one of the product of Niger Data Platform. No, I'm someone that is very shy. When I face people, it looks as if they want to carry me. But when I enter that Niger Data Platform, now I can talk boldly. Forget about this bigness. You know, when you face some people that are in church, you understand what I'm talking about. So it has seriously caused a paradigm shift for me as a person. So if you have not joined the group, see me after this meeting, you will know about data engineering. You know before, it's only Power BI I know, but by as to speak, where I'm finding myself, and I just give glory to the charisma leadership of Mr. Adewale. Let's give him a hand once again.
Alright, so I forgot to say welcome to our online viewers. Welcome. You're not missing out on anything. You're welcome too. Next thing on our agenda is talk on optimize and shift, finding value in Azure data migration, taken by the Microsoft Country Manager for I think around. I'll just take 2 people and John.
No, she's going to join us shortly.
So I don't know if we're waiting for her, but in the meantime, we can I'll ask 2 people, what do you hope to learn from today's event? What's your goal, objective? Why did you come physically? If you're online, you can also drop something in the comment section of YouTube. Why are you joining the streaming and what you hope to learn? All right, let's go. Mr. Chooks, what do you hope to achieve in today's event?
For me, I came here with the mindset to learn.
All right.
Data has always been expanding the product scope.
Thank you. So he's here to learn and expand our scope. And we can also put in mind that this is not the last event we'll be having. So if you have something to chip in, then please have that. Ma, I didn't get a name earlier. Can you tell us what you hope to get and learn today? You don't have to start.
I have to learn a lot.
All right, that's very generic, but of course you're going to learn a lot today. I mean, we have amazing speakers in the house, and so it's going to be a wonderful time. So if we don't have this, I think we can go to the next talk.
No, she's joining us in about just
15 minutes. Time. All right. I hope we don't get bored. I have no tricks in my cup. Okay. Okay, so I'll just be going left to right. Some people went around when we're getting to know each other. So if you know you don't know someone here, like I said before, that person can be the key to your next job. So ask them their name, where they're working, what they do for a living. And if you want to ask for their number too, you can ask them. Please don't be calling them and be calling them for other alternate purposes. You're calling for data purposes. And I don't mean no data or no.
God knows you shall give, I never can tell.
No, wow. No, please, we're not here to corrupt anybody. Please. Okay, so while we wait, I'd like us to do a guessing game. Right. So if this is your first time with this community, like you don't know, I think everybody is a close community, right?
Can't be too sure.
Okay. You're new here. You are. You're new. Mr. Joseph. You're new, okay? Can you imagine? You're new. Wow. All right. Can we just guess any of the speakers around? No. Yeah. Thank God I know you, so you can't guess. But if you can, anybody willing to guess any of the speakers? No, sir. You can't guess too. Who is this person, sir? You've been really learn the data science first, then you make the money now.
I can tell you all of the speakers, so why should I tell you?
So you are banned from playing the game. Thank you. Please.
Mr. Rasheed.
Mr. Rasheed, are you speaking today?
I'm not speaking. No, I'm just moderating.
not speaking to
Technically,
Oh,
Mr. Ayodeji.
you have to point them out, though. You can't just. You have to like recognize them.
It's a serious package.
We said
just get
there were
that.
flyers now, so.
Adewale, Yusuf,
Okay.
in front of you.
Yeah. Solajide, who is in Solajide?
Mr. Emmanuel.
Mr. Emmanuel speaking.
Mr. Emmanuel, you guys are sitting to speech.
So when I heard the name, I know it.
Mr. Emmanuel, you can't even earn an audience in this community. How many are we in this room that we are doing?
I'm looking at their face.
Wow. All right. So we're still waiting for Mr. Oluwawumiju.
So maybe we could do. Maybe we can just try some little quiz before we.
Not any question. So there's no.
There's a gift to this quiz.
Oh, there's gift. Oh,
Yeah.
He promised you that there's gift.
There's gifts.
There is 3,000 naira.
There's gifts. So if you have attended any of our events on Nigeria data platform, can I say wave of hands? Virtual, whether virtual. I mean the current event that we just had 8 series now. So no, you are part of the. Sir, you are disqualified from this question. So who can tell me the name of the youngest presenter on that platform? The youngest. No, you are exempted. You are exempted. The youngest presenter. I'm scared. Okay, Mr. Roland, let me try. Full name. Yeah, going to get gifts.
Okay. I don't know the full name, but I know
it has to be full. You can't give us half name.
Yeah, she's there currently.
Yes, she's there currently.
We need the full name of the youngest facilitator on that. And you tell us the topic that she presented. So I have to read it now.
Wow.
You tell us the name.
The top one.
And the topic that she presented. So win the gifts.
And the time.
You don't even need it. So who can try? Who can try? So you are disqualified. Okay, Bros, try. You are looking at Google. I beg.
No, I'm just writing them down. Like I should
No,
not
no, no, I
forget.
saw someone looking at
Okay, I'll be writing all of them.
We have been taught to be in data, to write on data, to have data with you, to speak in data, to sleep with data.
Okay, let's see.
So I have data with me. So I
Okay,
have to speak.
okay. He has 3 names. Don't
So
forget.
connecting, our topic was connect. Is it a name or the topic?
The full name and topic.
Okay, our full name is Timile Folarin.
The meaning one.
Yeah.
So when you want to fill it for, you said first name, middle name, last name. So you just give us first name, last name.
Obviously, I just picked the one that was so attractive.
Okay.
Timile Folarin. That one alone, I cannot just forget that one.
Okay.
So the topic was connecting to external data with automatic updates.
Okay. So what can you tell us about external
In
connection?
fact, that day was something else. I was not. The truth is that I was not really concentrating on the subject. I was concentrating on her. Why I was concentrating on her was I was asking myself, when I was in this age, where was I? And the way she was just talking and doing the thing, I was asking myself, where will I be? Where was I when this was going on? In that age, will I be able to do this? So at the end of the day, I just discovered that everything she was doing was on Excel. She used Excel to explain everything for us, and I was dazzled. So
Wow.
I didn't really get anything over that.
Just blew my mind because I moderated her that day. I moderated and I was like, at the point I had to ask her, Auntie, how old are you? She said 15. And I'll look back. Where was I when I was 15?
I was still playing with time.
I'm still playing on top of tree and jumping up and down. And somebody is already, somebody at 15 is already a global player. Because if you don't understand what we're talking about here, that StreamYard will be streamed live on YouTube. And anybody, as a matter of fact, I have some connection on LinkedIn that immediately I posted that I'm presenting. Some Indian just start chatting me up. Rasheed, I've already booked your session. I'll be there live and direct. So if you don't know, that StreamYard, anybody can be watching all over the world. So I was just within me, I say, 15 global player. Me, I still maybe PS1 or 2 or 3. I don't really know because and the confidence, the composure was there. It's not a question of even me. I have to rewatch the video again because the truth of the matter is that some of us we are where we are because we refuse to learn. You need to learn, relearn, and unlearn. For the fact that somebody is old, you are older than someone does not mean that you have nothing to learn. You cannot learn from that person. I was shocked. That was one of my presentation that my guy had to come with Rasheed. Where did you get all these things? I think I had to go back. I was just like, God, I'm in trouble. If my guy that I'm looking up to is not telling me that he still needs to go back to classroom by virtue. So it means that learning doesn't end anywhere. So we need to explore. You need to give out time. And that is the only way we can really do well. So it's not a question of, okay, I'm a Power BI expert, and you go and sit down there. I remember the day I moderated for Mr. Emmanuel. He just started drawing something, drawing. Say, which one? Maybe we are in data calculation. This one that we are still drawing diagram, draw, the thing connected at a point. I was moderating, I was hearing English, but I don't know what is happening. That is the truth. I don't know what was happening. I was hearing English. I just continue to see. Well, I just prayed, God, give me inspiration so that at least this thing, the more I listen to it, the more the thing sings. So what I'm saying is that's just on another note. It's not something difficult, really. I'm sure it started from somewhere. It didn't get here today. So it's a process. I know where I was. I remember when we got certified, all of us, we are raising shoulders as a data analyst. When we get to the field now, all of us, like we cannot fit in. We have to run back to Mr. D. Mr. D, you are in trouble. We thought we are satisfied that when we get to the labor market, then they will just be struggling for our answer. He said, I just start, that it's a long way. And we got to understand that. And that is what has really kept all of us. And I can tell you, I get stronger every day. I have a community, as small as I am. I'm just a learner. I have a small community too. I just put my colleagues together in office. Come, let me teach you for BI. So Among them, I'm a champion. Even if Microsoft has not given MVP, I'm an MVP there. Yes, I'm an MVP, yes. Yes. So they call me, they ask questions, I tell them what to do. I remember there was one guy I referred to, Mr. DJ, he's already in the class. They gave them a project. So the guy tried, cannot do it. He has to call me yesterday morning. He said, okay, I'm confused. He gave us this assignment, can't move forward. I said, just share your screen. And I saw, all you just need to do, just to, female to change blank to maybe undecided or prefer not to say. I just click, and it was Ross. He said for like hours he has been struggling. So that is how to grow. I know when we started, it wasn't like that for me. So there are some things that I don't even need to read. I don't need to make research. And I'm still learning. When I see people like Mr. Adewale, Yusuf, talking, my big auntie there, Olanna, talking, I'll just, become a secondary school boy and, I'll be gentle so that, I can be like them one day. So it's a continuous process. It's a continuous process. It doesn't end one day. So don't look at where you are. You just need to start pushing. I read a story of a lady on LinkedIn yesterday, Anishere. She said and it was so it inspires my spirit. I've read a lot of things about her. Where she started from, what she has gone through. At the point she was a single mother, but today she doesn't work in Nigeria. This same Microsoft took her abroad, and she began to share her story. So you can share your story also one day if you refuse to be frustrated. The point is, will you be at the point be frustrated? The answer is yes. Will you at the point get to a level that looks as if, let me even drop this thing? The answer is yes. But it's now left to you to refuse to surrender. And I promise you, before you know it, you are just flying. So let us just, as we go on, I know by the virtue of this meetup, we have some things to learn that can really position us and further challenge us. Because when I started, I don't really know what I want to do, but now I know what I want to do. I know my direction. So it's just for you to get that trajectory right, so that you don't jump into Azure. Tomorrow you are in it's a whole lot of river, So so that you have a area of competence that that okay, this is where you specialize. Yes, you can know some little of something, so that at the end of the day, you are not an outcast when people are talking on a particular field. You understand what I'm trying to say? Just like before now, I thought, yeah, Power BI is the thing. It's what I'm just eating every day and night. But before you can enjoy your Power BI very well, somebody need to prepare the ground for you. That is data engineer. They need to make that data useful for you. And likewise, if a data scientist wants to work or business analyst, they need to work. There has to be some engineering of data, because data don't normally come in good form. Data can be dirty, it can not be in it. So somebody will prepare the ground and make it useful. And so there is DBA also, a whole lot of things. I don't know how many of us that have tried our challenge. Well, if you know that you did the 4 challenge, let me see a wave of hand. Only one person. We are missing. So we didn't do that challenge. Microsoft will take all their gift too. Challenge. There is an ongoing challenge.
It's always
and we keep on sending a reminder.
Are you on the platform? Okay, so don't worry. So you add it to the platform and share the challenge going on.
Okay, I'll add you now. I think we have just 3 days now too. And it has been going on for a month.
It's a month challenge.
Because there is Power BI, there is data engineering, there is database administrator, and there is one also, Azure Data Fundamental. So if you can navigate through the whole challenge, answer the questions, and it will tell you that it's complete. If you get to that level, of course, there is someone monitoring all this progress in Microsoft who at the end of the day will document or whatever. So at the end of the whole thing, I don't know, but I know they have a package for us. But I'll get your number and I'll add you on the subcom and admin. So if you know that you are not aware of that challenge and you want to be part of it, it's not too late. You can 24 hours if you are determined, you can make it happen. Some of them are not even playing. It's only data engineering that is 42 modules. All other ones are not much. Like DB is just 20, 28 thereabout. So some of them are much. There is one that is even 9. So it won't take you much. It won't take much of your time, and that is the way to grow, you know, in this thing. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rasheed. Guys, I noticed that when they said that we've been watching the YouTube stuff, not please don't leave here without joining the Telegram group, Kaisela group, WhatsApp group. Maybe later in the day you can put it on the screen so that people can join and just learn. That's important. So we have a few things to do later, but we're waiting for more people to come. I mean, if you know someone that's supposed to be here, you can just reach out to them. Guy, where are you? We're waiting for you. If you invited a friend that's supposed to be here, tap them up and ask them where they are.
What's
Okay. All right. So in the meantime, how many of us are part of the community? Like you are inside the community, on the groups, active on the Nigeria platform. Okay, start. Would you like to share your experience? How the community has been able to use? And maybe if you have any other stuff you like to give.
Okay. Where do I start from? I don't think being a data scientist can do without community. Makes me realize that this system can control team, colleagues, collaboration. Get people to always run back to and say, okay, guy, this is what I'm doing. How do I work? So the community, can't even remember, we have so many communities, and all of them. So when you see messages, like I will tell Rasheed, please read those messages, please. Let me just summarize them. Just summarize them to me so that I will not miss anything, because you see messages, you need to hear. So it is a platform whereby you know that if you are looking for anything, just go to any of those platforms. If you want any solution, just go and drop your problem there. 1 or 2 people will come out and solve it for you. That's my experience. I go there, I just throw something there, or I go there to look for, I do a research. What have they been discussing? What have been the problem? So I get my solution there. So it's a platform, it's a place to.
So you guys heard that the platform is the place. And sometimes it can also cause you to be afraid, because when you see some solutions or questions, like this technology is available, so what's this? Well, trust me, community is the best place to be. So if you're not in one, please join one. Okay, this is Ola ready for us now, and welcoming up. And okay, sorry, let me just see. I should be talking. You should be speaking to us on optimize and shift, finding value in Azure data migration. Oh, yeah.
Morning, ma'am. Good
morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here again. Azure User Group is a community that is very dear to my heart because of the fact that this is the core of how we help our customers to embrace the cloud, to achieve their business objectives. Again, my name is Ola Williams. I'm the country manager for Microsoft Nigeria and Ghana. I've been in Microsoft for 11 years plus, and all my career journey has been in technology. So it's always a great pleasure to be among very brilliant, young, dynamic, technology enthusiasts that are very passionate about leveraging technology to support customers and everyone to, get empowered in the digital economy and take advantage of digital economy. Today, cloud is a very important aspect when we're talking about digital transformation. And to embrace the cloud means that in most scenarios, because we have a lot of people that had made significant investments in on-premise infrastructure that had, worked over time, it has served its purpose. Now things are changing. The whole world is changing. We all know what we experienced during COVID, where everybody had to work from home. Even we do parties from from the comfort of our home. There's virtually nothing that we were not able to do virtually, and that had changed the world forever. So the way we work, the way we play had changed. And it's important that organizations, whether big or small, an individual that really want to survive in now and into the future, that want to continue to remain competitive, embrace cloud. For those that had made significant investment in on-premise infrastructure, they also need to think about how do they modernize their existing solutions on-premise by migrating them to the cloud, because that's actually a huge opportunity for them to modernize their infrastructure, to reduce costs, to be agile, and be able to ensure that everyone, either their employee, their customers, and themselves are able, partners are able to connect remotely to them wherever and in a secure manner, which is really, really important, especially in a world where we have open API. Different people also want to leverage data to connect to different partners and organizations. So it's really important that security is an important element when we talk about modernization and digitization of existing assets. So today, talking about optimize and shift, finding value in Azure data migration, there is a lot of value for customers, for organizations, for our partners to look at how do they migrate their existing infrastructure to Azure as a platform, as a cloud platform, as a platform that provides opportunity for everyone, no matter who you are, whether you're a developer, you're focused on infrastructure enhancement. Everyone have the opportunity to leverage Azure as a platform, because when we change our mission to empowering every organization and and every individual on the planet to achieve more, we also provided a cloud platform that enables us to be able to live our mission. So today, Azure provides a platform for everyone to actually develop relevant solution, whether you are using Microsoft platform or not, it does not matter. And this actually also goes to different scenarios and example where Microsoft had also partner in different scenarios with what used to be traditionally our competition. For example, I'm sure a lot of you have heard about the SAP Embrace motion, where the CEO of SAP and Microsoft CEO announced a joint partnership for indicating Microsoft as a preferred platform of choice for existing SAP customers to modernize their SAP infrastructure through the Arise initiative. So if you're talking to organizations that already have SAP on-premise and they're thinking about taking it to the cloud, they have that platform on Azure. And that's a huge opportunity for this community. It's a huge opportunity for you to think about, developing capacity and capabilities to help customers that already have SAP to embrace modernization, to embrace, digitization, not only just for the sake of migrating to Azure, but in a secure manner. And with Azure analytics and capability to, help organizations to transform their data to have insightful decision making, it's a huge plus for the customer. So you are well positioned as a community to really lead in this area by building capabilities and capacity around, SAP migration, data and analytics for SAP customers. And there's so many, and as well as, our cybersecurity solutions around that area as well. And also recently, we made a joint announcement with Oracle. So Oracle has one of the largest install base in terms of data with especially public sector customers. That's also a huge area of opportunity and potential for everyone in this room to look at where can you add value to customers to help them to modernize their infrastructure, leveraging the power of cloud. And I think it's also beneficial that you get yourself acquainted with the capabilities and the skills required in this space as well, because the opportunity is huge. If you think about existing Oracle customers worldwide and also in Nigeria, there is a huge potential in that area. So developing skills and capabilities in this area is also a huge opportunity for yourselves into the future, taking on those opportunities to help customers, and at the same time, increasing your portfolio of solutions, that offerings that you can provide. And is not only limited to helping customers to migrate, and that is it. There is also potential to continue to provide support, trainings and capacity, drive customer success in terms of driving adoption and consumption, which is also an area that we will need more resources in now for all these infrastructure challenges that customers are currently facing. And when we talk about migration of modernization on Azure platform, going to the cloud is a journey. This community also have opportunity to help customers understand that journey, to envision that journey, and help to build capacity within the community, within our partner ecosystem, and of course our customers. So I'm actually looking forward to this community taking a lead to say, with all this opportunity that is available to help customers to be successful, what role are we going to be playing to help them to build that roadmap that will help them to drive modernization on Azure cloud? And if you look at Nigeria today, Azure has the largest, install base, especially in the enterprise space. But there's still a huge opportunity within what we categorize as our SMC, SMB space, especially accounts that are non-named account with Microsoft. Everyone in this community, you have the potential, you relate with most of these customers, you talk to them either as their customer or they are your own customers. So don't think, okay, I'm their customer, I don't talk to them. Sometimes, just be curious, ask questions, listening, have conversations with people, and tend to understand what their real need is. And that way, you will be able to discover opportunities around how you can actually help to get customers modernized. And sometimes for me, and this is something that I practice a lot, when I'm dealing with an organization as a customer, and I realize that they have a problem, instead of complaining about the problem, what I do is to, ask who can I talk to help them think through how they can leverage technology or power of cloud to solve the problem that I am as their customer is having, because I know that if I'm having that problem, other people will also be having such problems too. So I tend to go all out to say, what is the challenge that you're having? This is how technology can help you to resolve it. And that has proven to be, super useful, because some of them actually, not all, I mean, you can't get everyone. Some of them actually, think, okay, who can we talk to? Can we talk to? And we can introduce them to partners that will take the conversation forward. So there is a huge opportunity for you as a technology, someone that is technology aware, that is aware of the importance of cloud and how it can help organizations to transform, to really be an ambassador of this great opportunity that can help people. And in so doing, you're also developing your own businesses, you're developing your career, you're creating new opportunities for yourself, and enriching the power of the community. So going back to my earlier discussion, yes, it's really important that you understand what is going on, especially in different announcements that Microsoft is making around helping customers to modernize their existing infrastructure and helping them to migrate. And secondly, also ensuring that you're well skilled and you're developing capabilities to take advantage of this opportunity. And thirdly, to continue to keep abreast of the changes and trends that we are releasing every time. Thank goodness you are in a community that afford you those opportunities, and you will continue to have trainings and capacity development opportunities via this community. I think the last time I was at the event organized by this community, I challenge everyone to be a positive contributor to this community, and everyone have something to offer. Yes, you have leaders in the community that are really, really great leaders, pulling in resources together to support you. But I want to also encourage you all to want to contribute, because the more you contribute to something, the bigger it becomes and the more opportunity that you create for yourself. And lastly, every problem is an opportunity. So when we encounter problem, either with the companies that is providing services to us or with our customers, let's look at it at how can we leverage that challenge to make a difference, in the organization, and also to make a difference for ourselves, because that gives us opportunity to learn and grow. And most of the time, those opportunities, solutions does not lie only within us. That's why a community like this is a great way, of coming together to bring ideas together that will help us to solve for local problem that will be globally relevant. So I'm quite excited to be here with you all, even though virtually, and really looking forward to a lot of great innovation coming out of this community and helping our customers, our partners, Nigeria as a whole to really embrace technology and grow our economy, leveraging technology as an enabler. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ma. It's always a pleasure to hear you speak. And from your speech, we heard about so much opportunities that as a community we can take hold of. And also, I think everyone here has been stirred to think how we can solve customers' problems. So thank you for pointing us in that direction. I'd like to ask anyone in house if they have any questions, contributions, something running through your mind based on what she said. Let's not be mute. She gave a whole lot of insight. I mean, I learned something, and I actually started thinking about the Oracle thing, although I'm an infrastructure person, but hey, guys. Okay, we are keeping on waiting. Any questions, contributions, anything you'd like to say about what you heard? Okay, there's none. I think we can say thank you to Mrs. Ola Williams, and we can let her go.
Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you all.
And thank you for having us here today.
You're welcome.
All right.
Enjoy the rest of the event.
Yes, we will. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Somebody had the questions. Okay, who wants to do like a small recap for us? Probably have the next speaker. So we're also waiting for some guys downstairs. I think we're a community, so we should wait for them in this too. We'll try to slow things until they're able to make it upstairs. So anybody has something like, what are the key things you noted from that talk or from that speech?
I think for me, I have a concern. SAP
Okay,
now
yes,
merged with Microsoft. Are they taking over all their partners?
no, like platform, using the Azure platform. How to find out.
Good morning, everyone. I don't want to be a speaker today. I don't want to be a trainer. I don't want to be a teacher. I just want to be a friend. So let's just talk heart to heart, right? But before we can do that talking, I need to know our profession. I need to know where we stand, so I can know what to say and what not to say. I hope you understand.
Yeah.
So I need to understand where you fall under this three category. Are you a data professional? Are you a non-data professional? Maybe you do something else different from data. Or maybe are you a student? So to respond to this, you can go to poolev.com/Yusuf Ahmed A385 on your phone. You can just do that on any browser. Just respond. Okay, I can see one response already. Somebody is a data professional. That's good.
See the power of data in the sports.
Go to any of the browser. Just select whatever category you belong to. And I think I need to put a timer, right? Because I guess I have just 20 minutes. So my timer on. Okay. Data professional, non-data professional. No students here, I guess. So that's why that place is blank. But some people are still responding. Okay, so while people are responding, for the people that pick non-data professional, is there any reason why you are interested in data? Anybody want to volunteer? Why are you interested in data? Any reason why we are interested in data? The people that pick non-professional is even growing up. Non-data professional is even growing up. But I'm sure for you to be here today, you are 100% interested in data. Whether a data analyst, whether a business analyst, whether a data scientist, whether a data engineer, whether a database administrator, anything data. Okay, can you see? Non-data professional, 80%. Okay. So I know in my class, I have more of non-data professional. Okay. So I just need one person, just one volunteer. You are a non-data professional, but why are you interested in it? Or is it because people say data is the new oil? Is that why we're interested? Because they say data is the new oil, right? Okay, interesting. You know, people now say that when you do data, you can easily make money than when you're in oil and gas. Then. Because with data, you can make a lot of money. But me, I have never understood that statement since. I'm still trying to understand what that statement means. With data, does it mean I can sell my data? Does it mean I can make a lot of money with my data? Does it mean with data I can make more money? What does that mean? Data is the new oil. Anybody want to help?
I think with knowing data or working with data, you can make a lot of money.
Right.
So
give me one example.
For instance, by the grace of God, what I know, when I was discussing with a friend. And at the end of our discussion, I got a student who says, I want to know what you do. And I gave her a gift. And she's willing to pay. So,
you see, that's a professional. You are trying to sell data. Okay. Now let me come from this perspective. Has anybody passed any traffic light in the Ikeja? And then when that light is red, you actually pass. You did not stop around the Ikeja. You know, in Nigeria we have three traffic signs, right? We have the green, we have the amber, orange, then we have the red. But in Nigeria, everything is go for us. I hope you know. So when you see red, you go. When you see green, you go. When you see yellow, you still go. Have you ever passed when there's red around the Ikeja? You can't do that. Me, I have passed before.
And nobody came.
Camera would have. I did it this morning.
Thank you. He said the camera will have done what? Capture me. And what is the camera doing? Capturing the data. Right? So that's what the camera is doing. And when the camera captured the data, somebody just sent a message to my phone. Hello, Mr. Blah, blah, blah. You have committed a traffic offense. This is your particular bill. Pay to this particular account. Right? Imagine how many people they are going to court with a small camera that is picking the data of your place number, and everybody is paying into that account. Remember how many people they will court and how much they can make in a day, right? Unlike you when you are not capturing the data. And that's how powerful data can be, right? So we need to understand that data is not just about analytics. It's not about just being a data professional. It's not about just being a data engineer. It's not just about being just a data scientist. What I usually tell people is know where you are coming from and know where you are going to. The start and the end point. That is the major important thing in data. Once you know where you are coming from and you know where you are going to, it is easy for you to pick a particular profession. Okay, what I want to do is just to be a data engineer. I don't want to do anything else. Right? What I want to do is just a data scientist. I don't want to do anything else. What I want to do is just a data analyst. But in Nigeria, you know some HR, they want you to know everything, especially when you go for interview. How many years of experience of SQL do you have? What of Python? What of AWS? What of Azure? Do you know Tableau? Do you know Power BI? Why do you want me to know Power BI and Tableau at the same time? What is going on? Right? So, you know, that's our orientation here, right? That's our orientation, right? And it's because the way the system is jammed. So today we are going to talk about a system that make all this data seamless for you from start to where? To finish. So this particular system have everything encompassed. It has everything you need to start your solution from nothing. And what I mean by nothing is, you know, data don't grow by mistake. Somebody that make an action, right? Data start from where? From action. Maybe somebody stood at the door and started counting all of us. Or maybe somebody started taking the data of we that we are here. So this is the people that attended this event. These social numbers are male. These social numbers are what? Female. This is their age range. This is the time that each person arrived at the event. This is the time that they left. And that person is putting that action down. You know, you started something, right? That's what I mean by scratch. Just like you enter any ShopRite or any mall, as you are buying something, somebody is inputting it down. Somebody is putting down a data. That is from scratch. And the problem that most analysts have is that they don't usually like to go backward. They just like to pick from the middle. And they like beautiful coloring dashboard, especially when you have pie charts, right? I know some people like pie charts. So we're talking about power of Azure Synapse. So Synapse, I'm going to explain what Synapse is. But before that, just a simple introduction of myself. I'm Adewale Yusuf. I lead the team of business analysts and trainers at D-Brand Consulting, Microsoft Certified, whatever, MVP, blah, blah. So that's just the qualification. So talking about what we are going to discuss for the next 20 minutes, we'll just talk about understanding Azure Synapse Analytics, the data platform in Azure, Azure Data Lake Storage, ETL, how you can do your ETL with Synapse, Synapse Notebook, and Power BI with Synapse, right? I'm sure we'll not finish it, but don't worry, I will just touch it. So I'm sure I didn't bore us with so many info, all right? So when you hear Synapse, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? What is single word comes to your mind when you hear Synapse? I want you to respond to this pool as well. If you have already opened it on your phone already, you can just go back there and just respond. On your phone already, on that your browser. What single word comes to mind when you hear Azure Synapse? Any single word? Just go to that your browser and just put it there. Any single word that comes to your mind when you hear Azure Synapse? One single word. Don't type two. Just one is okay. Any single word that comes to mind when you hear Azure Synapse. Or maybe it's another tool that they brought to us that we don't even know. Any single one? Solution. Analytics. Solution. Analytics. Solution. Analytics. Solution. Okay. Any other one? Okay. Analytics is going bigger. I think some people like analytics. So when I ask Azure Synapse, it's like analytics. It's going bigger. Bigger than solution. Integration. Data. Okay. Integration. Yes. We are still on track. All right. Now, based on the pool that we have on the screen, basically shows that analytics is more bigger, which means we all agree that Synapse is all about analytics, right? Yes, and also no. Synapse is way beyond just analytics. Analytics is just one part of Synapse. Like, let me say 20% of 100%. There are so many things you can do in Synapse, from scratch to finish, from beginning of your solution to the end. Synapse can do all this for you. Data is also part of it. Integration is there. Everything we put here is actually relevant. So when you talk about Synapse, this is how you look at it. Synapse is an enterprise analytics service that accelerates time to insight across data warehouse and big data system. If you look at this small diagram here, if you have your data from any of this source, whether on-prem, whether cloud, whether SSAS, whether stream data, you can plug that into your Azure Synapse Analytics. And the database that this Synapse Analytics is using is the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. I don't know whether anybody attended that session we did on Gen 2 storage, how you can store your data in Gen 2. And when you hear Data Lake Storage Gen 2, if you're always afraid of terms, it's not something difficult. It's just a storage where I store something, whether picture, whether video, whether data, anything, document. So that's just the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. So the Synapse use Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 as a storage source. And when you load your data into Synapse, you can perform data integration, you can manage your data, you can do monitoring there, and it has a lot of securities, right? That you can even set any security of your choice. You can even run a SQL code and all that. Then once you are done with all this integration management and monitoring, you can perform a lot of machine learning. You can do a lot of reports with your Power BI. You can integrate your Power BI into your Synapse, right? Right there inside Synapse, you can start building reports. One of those days where people complain that, okay, the reason why I don't have enterprise deployment or enterprise reporting deployment is because the data that I have is just one small Excel document and one CSV. You know, when people want to practice Power BI, what most people do is they download one Excel. You go to Cargo, download one Excel or download one CSV. You now plug to that to create your data model. You do one small report, very coloring dashboard. I have successfully created my dashboard. Yes, right? But with Synapse, it gives you access to leverage enterprise reporting to see a very big data so that you can perform a very structured data warehouse. There is a lot of practice data there. So when we get there, you'll understand how you can use the practice data we have in Synapse. So when we talk about data platform in Azure, it's very simple. Just like what I explained earlier. You have your source file, your log file, media, or structure file, and you have the structure file. Now you are loading those files to ingest. That is doing some kind of pipeline in Azure Synapse. Then after that, you store it in the data lake storage. After store, you can take it to model and train it. Right? So you do a model and say you do some kind of data science stuff, right? So you do some kind of cognitive analysis to test why. Now, after doing that, you can rather bring back to your Power BI or do a prep and train for your data. Okay, so this also explains data data platform in Azure. So Azure Data Lake Storage Account, just like I explained the other time, is a general purpose storage account. You can store anything. You can store anything, documents, video, PDF, And the Synapse pipeline just structured from ETL, pipeline, and then data factory, data flow, right? In your Azure data factory, these are the three things you do. You do an ETL using your GUI or low code, you do pipelines, and you do data flow. So these are the things you do in Azure data factory. All right, so Power BI integration is also very necessary. Inside Synapse, I don't need to open my Power BI desktop again. I've already created all my data preparation in Synapse. I've already cleaned my data. I've done some model training. I've passed my data across to machine learning. I've got some interesting insight from that data. Now I want to visualize. Visualization is always the last thing to do, right? I hope you know. It's always the last thing to do. There's a lot of work that has been done already before you can visualize, right? But most people, what people always want to do first is visualization. I have a data, I just want to visualize, right? A lot of work has been done at the back end, right? Now you can actually just go there and visualize. And there's something about Power BI, for people that use Power BI very well, and especially, you know, before Power BI came into existence, it has already existed in Excel, right? You know, the Power BI technology already existed in Excel before Power BI itself. How many of us know about Power Pivot here in Excel? Power Pivot? Do you know Power Pivot in Excel? That's already been in Excel. So that technology is the same technology they moved to Power BI, the Power Query and the Power Pivot. That's what they brought together to make Power BI. But the Power BI desktop itself, that technology on the desktop is not strong enough to take a lot of data. How many of us have connected to a data of like 10 million with your Power BI desktop before? 10 million rows, 5 million rows, 2 million. None of us. 1 million. Thank you, sir. When you connected to a data that is above 2, 3 million, you started noticing that your Power BI will be running on your own. How many of us have tried that? So you just open your Power BI, go and take coffee, you take tea. By the time you bathe, you get your breakfast, your system is still loading, you still wear your clothes. When you're going in your car, you carry your laptop, you put it by the side. Before you get to your office, it's still rolling. It's still rolling, right? And that is where data warehousing comes in. Right? And that's where a lot of people now left. Okay, I don't want to do my model in Power BI desktop. I want to move to tabular model, right? So a lot of people go to tabular model, they prepare their data in there, do different kind of modeling in there before I bring it to Power BI, right? But instead of going through all those stress, Power BI Synapse have bring everything together, capture everything together in one place to say all of that, your tabular model, tabular server you are working on, trying to make your data seamless, trying to make your report seamless. You can do everything in Synapse. Synapse is like something that is bringing everything you need as a data professional together in one place. I know Microsoft is also trying to do something on Power BI service as well, called Power BI Data Mart. We've heard of it, right? I think it just came out of recent, right? It's Power BI Data Mart. It allows you to do a well-structured data warehouse on Power BI service, but it's still not as strong as doing your ETL, warehousing, and everything on Synapse, right? So Synapse is like, let me say, something that will take over analytics in the future. Everything you want to do it here. We are bringing all the systems together. We are not splitting it. So data professionals should not have to continue learning new skills to deliver insight. One thing about we data professionals is that if you want to be relevant in this profession, you need to keep on learning. I hope you know. If you want to be relevant, you can be the champion last year, and this year, you will not be champion again. Especially for the people that used Power BI 2 years ago. When you open it now, maybe you left Power BI, you now went to Tableau. Maybe the organization you joined, they are not using Power BI, you're now using Tableau. Now you now come back to open Power BI. You will be shocked at what they have changed. You'll be shocked at what's going on. Right? And that's what technology is all about. So data professionals, we always try to learn different things. In fact, some of us are always confused at times. A lot of people that come to me and say, Wale, what's going on in life? You are in charge of this thing. You consult for people. Tell us what is relevant. What are people doing in the field now? Practice is different from deployment. I hope you know. when you deploy an actual solution, it's different from, okay, I'm just trying to practice. I just got some data somewhere, I'm just trying to practice. So a lot of people trying to know, okay, let me learn new thing. Should I start learning Python? Okay, I finished learning Python. Okay, should I start learning SQL? Okay, I finished learning SQL. Let me now go to Ayodeji again. I'm asking, what next should I learn? Like, okay, let me learn Power Apps. I learned there's something called Power Automate too now. Let me learn Power Automate. Let me learn Virtual Agent. So we are learning all these different skills, which is very good. But how do we bring all of them together? Right? So you don't need to continue learning new skills to deliver insight because you now have all in where? In one place with Synapse. You can do your data exploration, you can do your data warehousing, you can do a lot of artificial intelligence, machine learning, real-time BI, and data integration, everything on Synapse. Right? Even for me, when I want to start going into the analytics space, I think when I started learning, my first thing that I learned is Excel. Who is like me? Like the first thing you learn in it is Excel.
Almost everybody.
Almost everybody. Yeah. My one is Excel. So I make sure I mastered Excel first, that I can chop Excel like Chingong. Anything in Excel. I can almost answer every problem, solve any problem, go online, see the problem people are facing, try and solve it, writing formulas, combining formulas, and I understand Excel perfectly. So I'm not like, what's the next thing to learn? Okay, let me learn SQL. Let me learn Power BI. Let me learn Python. Let me learn this. Let me learn that. So I'm trying to learn different things. So as a data professional, when you concentrate more on Synapse, everything you need to learn, your SQL experience, you need it here, right? Because inside Synapse, you can run your SQL code, write all your SQL scripts, and everything will still come out, just like you're using your normal SQL. So everything is now in one place. So when you go to, for the people that learn Excel very well, do you know that they don't usually have problem when they are writing DAX? Do you know? If your background in Excel is strong, when you are writing your DAX, it's always simpler. But for the people that their background is not really much of Excel, when you get to DAX, it's always difficult for you to understand some syntax, for you to understand some even measures, because you don't know the way they behave. It's like, how is this thing behaving like this? Why am I putting if and inside and I put two things? Is it going to return something? Is it going to return a boolean, or is it going to return just a text? When I put something inside and, I should be expecting a boolean, true or false, right? But when you don't understand the foundation very well and you jump to the top, it's always very difficult. So I advise people to go through the foundation. All right? So that is the Synapse that will bring everything inside one. Now I'm going to show you a short demo of how Synapse look like. Okay, I think I still have like three minutes, right? 3 or 4 minutes. I'm trying to look at my time, so sorry. So the time is fast. Okay, so let me just quickly show you the interface and then run you through like 2 minutes and then we finish it up. All right, so this is Azure Portal. I'm not sharing this. All right, so this is Azure Portal. For some of us are familiar with Azure Portal very well. So I need to, let me just escape this. All right, so this is Azure Portal. For some of us are familiar with Azure Portal very well. To create a Synapse is very easy, right? You have to go through here. You can search for some of us that want to practice, you can practice this at home. It's very easy. You can go to Azure, type Azure Synapse. Once you type that, you see it here. Then I'll click on it. To create your first Synapse, just click on Create. Click on Create here. Once you click on Create, these are the basic things you need to fill. You need to have a subscription, Azure subscription, very short. You need to have a resource group. If you don't have a resource group already, you can create it. But for me, I'm using Mr. Ayodeji subscription, so I don't need to create a resource group. I'm just picking the existing resource group here. And then for the work details, I can come here and put the name of my workspace, which is my Synapse workspace. Then here, you put your region, right? After putting your region, you come here, put the account name for your storage, which is your Gen 2 storage. You can create new if you don't have a Gen 2 storage already. But if you have a Gen2 storage already in your Azure, you can just pick it here. Then the file system name as well. If you have a file system name already in your Azure, you can pick it. If you don't have it, you can create it. Then the next thing that is very important is the security. When you are setting up your Synapse, under this your security, you can decide to use local and Azure AD authentication or use Azure Active Directory. But I always advise people to use the Azure Active Directory authentication, right? Which will allows you to put your SQL password and then confirm your password. Because if you are connecting to this Synapse from Power BI, then this password will be required, right? So you're putting a security on your database. So once you do that, that's basically all what you need to set up. And once you click complete, this usually take a time to deploy. I've already deployed one already, which I just created when I got here. And this is the Synapse that I created here. I can open a Synapse Studio to show you how a Synapse Studio look like. So inside this my Azure Synapse Analytics Studio, there are so many things I can do here. I'm just going to show you just one or two because of our time. There are so many things that I can do here. I can ingest, explore, and analyze or visualize with Power BI. Now, under here, this is where my data is stored and anchored. Remember I said the database that Synapse uses what? Who remember? Gen2, right? Azure Data Lake Storage Gen2. So this Gen2 is what is working with this data. I've already brought some data here. I have a blob storage of the COVID data. And I also have the Gen2 storage of one, just a simple CSV file that I brought in. So this CSV file, I can run a SQL code on it without even trying to even open it. I can right click on this and say new SQL script. Select top 100 rows, right? Top 100 rows, and I can run this. Once I run this, it will run the first 100 row for me, right? It's currently running my code. Successful. Now, this is the first 100. I can do another type of SQL code. I can even edit the SQL code. I can count. Let me say I want to count this particular, this one. So I can just count and then run it. All right? Just to count to see. So you can see I have 57,000 rows inside this table. Now, this is me working on my data, trying to even use SQL inside Synapse, right? To try to do a little bit of transformation inside my data. Another interesting thing I said I will show, which is the second one because of our time, is the Power BI. So I can do a lot of integration, right? Here, I've already added a workspace to this Synapse. And that workspace belongs to Mr. Deji, right? To add a workspace is extremely simple. I will just go to Manage, just to show you that. You come to Link Services. Under Link Services, I'll click on New. And from here, I can look for any link services here. Maybe Azure Marketplace Web Service, even Amazon S3, Amazon Rasheed, even Power BI. Just going to type Power BI here. That is if I want to add a Power BI workspace to this Synapse. And once you add your workspace to here, it's going to show up here under your, let me cancel this, under Develop. So under your Develop, these are the workspace that I have. I have a SQL script workspace, which I'm currently working on. So I'm going to close that. And then I have a Power BI. So if I open this Power BI, can you see this workspace? So here I have two things. I have the Power BI data set, and I have what? The report. So if there's a report that have been created already from Power BI, I can actually visualize it from Synapse and link it to another data set, right? So there's something called Snowflake's data model, right? When you do a Snowflake data model, or you want to do a conformed dimension model, okay? I can leave that up for another discussion. But here, I can click on different reports that have been created already. These are the reports that Mr. Deji have in this workspace. I have Chesa Tax 1. I have Chioma Class Project 2. And as I'm clicking it, all those beautiful reports that they've built is coming up, right? I can see their report here. Now, another beauty thing is I can leverage on data set. If I click on this data set, all the data set that people have already created is also here. So if I want to start a report from scratch, I can right click on this data set and click on new Power BI what? Report, which means I can start a Power BI report from scratch from my Synapse, right? So this is where I'm going to stop.
It's not stopping. We are not saying we are frozen. We are online.
Oh.
We are frozen on the feed. Share and share.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
All right.
Yes, cool. Thank you.
So you can see it now.
Yes.
Right. Thank you. Okay, so here I was just showing how to use your data set. So a data set that has already been created, maybe from your tabular model or from your Power BI desktop. So you can actually work on that data set from here as well. These are all the data sets that we have in this particular workspace are brought here. So here, if I look for a particular data set, maybe this NS classwork, I don't know, this data set, Everest classwork, right? I can click on new Power BI what? Report, which I can click here and start building a report, right? As well, I can also do something called new Power BI what? Data set, all right? I can do a new Power BI data set. Rather than me creating a Power BI desktop from Power BI, I can do a new Power BI data set myself, which I can just easily connect to Power BI desktop from here, connect Synapse directly. And as I'm creating the source and working on Power BI desktop, I can immediately link that to Azure Synapse, right? So this is like me creating all my solution in one place. I can also train my data set. If I want to do a bit of machine learning, I can train and prep my data set right here in Synapse. Under Synapse, I have something called integrate. Under my integrate, I'm going to show you something. Under my integrate, if I click on this plus sign, okay, I won't show you pipeline today because of our time. I can click on browse gallery. This gallery shows you a practice data set. You know, I said you can practice yourself. It shows you a practice data set. There are a lot of things you can practice with. Let me start with data set. If I click on data set, there are some data set here on Synapse that you can practice with, especially people that complain that they don't have enterprise knowledge of practice with BI. What they only play with is Excel and CSV. You can do that practice here with some data set on Synapse. Here you can see the Bing COVID-19 data. You can see the Boston safety data. In fact, there is this particular data here. I think NYSC taxi data. It has over 30 million rows on Synapse, right? Which you can bring to perform like an enterprise package. Yeah, this is the data. Okay, this is NYSC taxi and limousine. Yeah, I think it's this particular one. Or ISX. Yes, I think it's this particular one. So all these data set, I can use it to practice. If I click on this guy now, this NYSC taxi, and click continue. So it's going to run this data set for me right now. I'll click add data set here. I just want to add a new data set from NYSC. Can you see successfully created? Do you see the NYSC TCL FHV here? So this guy, I can run a new SQL script on it, right? To know exactly how many rows I even have inside here. I can run a new SQL script. But instead of top 100, I'm going to change this to count. Let me even know how many rows we have inside this guy, right? So I can run a SQL script on it just to know. I know this is going to have a lot of rows, I guess. So I can run a lot of, I can run the SQL code here just to test, okay, so what's going on with this data set? Can I use this data set to practice, to simulate first, before you can start using real life data? So the browse gallery that I just showed you give you access to check a lot of things you can use to practice. While this guy is loading, I can come back here. Okay, let me see. No column name. Okay, so let me just try to go and understand the column name we have inside here. Okay, let me just go back to my integrate and browse more. more gallery. So I was trying to show data set before, right? I just want to quickly show some other things first. So this is data set. There's also a notebook template here. These are notebook templates you can look at to see how a notebook can be set up in Synapse. If you click on this template, you can leverage on this template just to practice. There's also a SQL script. If you look at this SQL script, these are different templates as well under your gallery that you can use to practice. Like this is another Azure Open Data Set using serverless SQL pool. If you want to get yourself familiar with serverless SQL pool, this is there. Basic query to a Synapse pool is there. Even pipeline as well. Adventure World Demo Pipeline is here. So just to get yourself familiar with the gallery. So this is what can make you practice. And I think this is where I am going to stop. My time is already 10 minutes extra. Is it 10 or 15 minutes extra?
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. So just before it goes, I don't know if anyone has a question. taking some extra time.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm actually delighted to be here. Maybe a little nervous because it's been a while I had a presentation in a physical session. It's actually delightful to see everyone to be in a physical session. Yeah, welcome everyone. My name is Emmanuel, and I like to think of myself as a data professional, right? So I'm not going to say I'm a data analyst or a data engineer. No, I try to understand the life cycle of data, and then we know how to interact with our community with respect to data life cycle. So what we're going to be talking about today is understanding Azure Data Lake. And surprisingly, Wale touched on Azure Data Lake. And when he was talking about Azure Data Lake, I think he did mention that this is something that Synapse and Analytics works with, right? We're going to see, some bit of insight as to how that is possible. Okay, just by way of outline, we're going to see what data lake is. We're going to talk about maybe clear that confusion that may arise from the difference between a data lake and a data warehouse, right? And I think we're also going to look at Azure Data Lake because really that's what we want to understand. And afterwards, we'll probably take questions. Hopefully, we'll all get a good understanding of this. But please, I want to make a request. If you have questions while the session is ongoing, you can pen them down. I will address all questions that you have as we proceed. Okay, firstly, some facts that we should keep in mind, right? Data is growing. If I ask now, how many of us are wearing Fitbit? How many of us have one gadget at home that you can, from here, connect to that gadget, right? You'd realize that a lot of devices, a lot of business processes, a lot of solutions we have, self-driving cars, a whole lot of things that we can think about today, they are all generating data, right? And if you think about it, it's going to keep increasing. The amount of data they keep generating is going to keep increasing because every second, all of these devices are generating data, right? Now, let's assume that we are also trying to collect this data, maybe for business use, maybe for our personal use. You'd realize that, okay, we would be collecting a whole lot of data. If there's anything I've said a couple of times, it's a whole lot of data. We keep collecting a whole lot of data. Now, what that means is that eventually we would need somewhere to store this, so many data, right? I don't know how many of us are conversant with relational databases. Generally, relational databases. Now, the reason I ask is because when we choose to store data in relational databases, it could be cost intensive, it could be expensive. Now, we're talking about collecting a whole lot of data from a whole lot of devices. If we want to store it in relational databases, it might be very expensive for us to store it in there. So we need maybe something that could accommodate all of that data, but still maybe a lot less expensive, right? Okay, another thing we might also have in mind is that another thing we should also have in mind is that all of this data that we're collecting, we know that we are generating a whole lot of data, but we may not be certain as of today the type of insight we want to generate from this data, right? So I am collecting Fitbit information. I am collecting maybe information from CCTV. As a business, as an individual, I may not even know what I want to use it for as of today, right? So what that means is that, fine, maybe I'll get to keep this data, and when I know what I want to use it for, then I can start making use of it because I have kept that data over time. I don't know if that's clear enough. Okay. Now, another thing I thought to mention is cloud computing. Yes, we perform a whole lot of activities, using our computers, but then the responsibilities, the need, the business need, the personal need that we have with respect to processing data is increasing. Our mere laptops or desktops or even on-premise environment, on-premise servers may not be able to accommodate this requirement that we're trying to achieve, right? But then cloud computing to the rescue, right? For instance, Azure. So we can be able to leverage Azure to do a lot of things. Now, putting this premise, let's even talk about, oh dear, my clicker is not here. Okay, great. Let's talk about what a data lake is. Now we've said we are collecting, we have access to data from various devices, from various business processes. Another thing you would also get to know is that those devices, those various devices where we can collect data from, data is coming in different formats, right? It could be different formats, basically. You could have CSV files, you could have XML files, you could have JSON files, a whole lot of formats, right? Now, a data lake, think about a data lake as an environment where you can be able to keep your raw data as it's coming from all of those various data sources, right? It's not just geared towards holding structured data alone. You can, as your data is coming from different various sources, you can be able to house it within your data lake. So, like you said, it's a repository that can store files in their natural formats. Also, like I said, from various data sources, right? So we can be able to have integration pipelines. When I say integration pipelines, I mean systems that pull data from different data sources. One of the previous sessions that was covered, within the community talked about Azure Data Factory. That's an example of an integration system, pulling data from different data sources into a particular location, right? Now, also, well, I did mention that it stores data in its raw format, right? So, but then again, sometimes when you think about the way we pull data from different sources, we may need to process it, or there may be business requirements to process it first before pushing it into whatever destination. In the case of a data lake, maybe not necessarily. I can pull the data the way they are into my data lake, right? I may not necessarily need to process it at that point in time. Also, if you think about it, we've said a number of times that there's a lot of data that we're now dealing with, right? That means we would need an underlying technology that can support processing that much data. So when Wale said, how many of us have worked with 1 million, 10 million records? It started from 10 million, right? No show of hands. Maybe we had some progress at about 1 million, right? So now that is very infinitesimal compared to the amount of data that we can be able to process in a data lake, right? When I'm talking about data, I mean data that runs into trillions of files, into hexabytes of data, right? Now think about the amount of compute you would require. Think about the amount of system memory you would require to process that much data. Data lake, they support massive parallel processing. That is a feature in data lake that can support processing that much volume of data. And also, at the end of the day, remember, we are talking about pulling data from different data sources, not just for the fun of having data, but for the value of picking, or for the benefit of picking value out of that data, right? So that means we should be able to connect our analytics tools. You should be able to connect our applications to this data lake so that we can be able to derive value from it. So your data lake also supports, being able to connect to analytics tools. Now, this is data lake in general. I wasn't specific. We are on a journey. So I'm just trying to get us to understand what a data lake is. Now, like I said, we'll try to clear the confusion between a data lake and a data warehouse, right? Because if you think about everything that I've been saying, it seemed like I was talking about warehousing data over a period of time because we have a lot of data that we're not certain about what we want to use it for. Now, some distinct, differences between a data lake and data warehouse, right? For data lake, I did say that we can be able to pull data of different formats, right? So that means I can be able to get unstructured data, maybe CSV files, maybe JSON files, Parquet files. I can be able to store all of this in my data lake. Whereas in my data warehouse, well, structured data in tables, rows and columns, that's usually what I can be able to store in my data warehouse. Well, let me also chip in that a lot of things are changing rapidly, and with time we'll get to understand how Azure Synapse Analytics sort of like helps us to overcome that challenge with respect to data warehouse. But I'm not going to go into that right now. Now, I did mention that for a data lake, you may not necessarily know the reason why you're storing the data, but you know that data is important. You know that it's going to be of business value in the future. You know that you want to use it for data science, or you want to use it for some business processes, but you're not sure at the moment. So the purpose of storage is usually sometimes undefined, most times undefined at that point. Whereas for a data warehouse, you have a predefined reason why you're building a data warehouse in the first place, right? I want to build a data warehouse that has business data coming from various data sources that would help me get business insights. You have that clearly defined, this distinction between them. Often you would, when you get to start working on, for some of us who are already working on machine learning problems, for some of us who are already, maybe doing big data analytics, you'd realize that you'd be interacting with data lakes, a lot more when you're carrying out those kind of activities. Whereas for data warehouse, maybe for business analysis, I want to see a report, different types of reports, majorly for data warehouses, right? So that's just to clear that distinction between them. Now, let's even talk about Azure Data Lake properly. Now, for Azure Data Lake, I would say Azure Data Lake is a PaaS solution. When I say PaaS, platform as a service, it's a PaaS solution that sits on Azure that is designed for data storage and analytics. Now, when I say PaaS, let me just explain what that means if we're not entirely familiar with it. It means that you're using Azure Data Lake, you don't have to worry about maintaining or managing it with respect to how it expands to accommodate your data, with respect to how it's available 24/7, right? It's a managed offering on Azure. That's why it's called a platform as a service. Okay, so, but then what are some cool features that we might want to know about, the Azure Data Lake? It supports storage of files of different formats. We already talked about that. Some files or some file formats that you may get to encounter storing on Data Lake could be Parquet files, JSON files, ORC files, maybe even PDF files, images, videos. These are different files that you can be able to store, in your Data Lake, right? Remember, I can support storage of different formats of files. Now, yes, I am storing this much files in Data Lake. When I want to use the data that I've stored in a Data Lake, how fast does it give me that data? What's the throughput of Data Lake, right? So if you think about your download speed, let's say you want to download a file, right? Or you want to stream a video. Let me use download a file. And then you click on download. You see how it takes 20 seconds or how it takes maybe 2 hours for you to download a file, depending on your network. Let me say network, right? Now, imagine you want to access data and you want to be able to get throughput, or you want to be able to access gigabytes of data per second. That's some of the possibilities that you can get, in Data Lake. So when we say it supports throughput in gigabytes, that's basically what we're trying to talk about. Now, petabytes of storage, so it means that you can keep throwing your data in there. You're not entirely worried about, storage, right? You can have trillions of files in there, so you have a whole lot of files. So I'll give you an instance. So let's say we have IoT devices, right? You have a I want to measure my heart rate. I want to be able to get my heart rate and do some analytics on it, right? So I can have a Fitbit that collects data, monitor my vitals, and pushes that data somewhere. And for instance, I say I want it to be collecting that data every second, right? So that means it's going to keep collecting that data maybe in an hour, 3,600 different signals that are sent there. That is just in an hour. Think about it in a day, right? Now imagine I am now collecting that data for 1,000 people. In fact, 1 million people. Imagine the amount of data that's going to be generated, right? That should give you an idea when we talk about IoT, when we talk about big data, that should give you an idea of the amount of data that we're getting to deal with. So when you talk about data lake, it can be able to accommodate this volume of data. Now, what makes it possible to even be able to accommodate this volume of data and still give you that result in good time? I don't know if I've lost anyone. Are you guys still with me?
Yes.
Okay. So if you think about it, right? I'm storing data and I want to access that data. I have different options for my storage type that I can make use of. Is it I'm using a standard storage or I'm using a premium storage? The best way to explain that standard and premium is if you think about your laptops, right? Some of us, we use HDD hard drive, right? Some of us, we use SSD hard drive. Now, the standard storage, what runs underneath is HDD hard drives, right? While the premium storage is SSD hard drive. So it can also give you an idea to how that would influence costs, basically. So, but aside that, well, I think I've mentioned a couple of times that it supports processing of a large amount of data, right? Now that is also because underneath it runs on a distributed file system architecture. Now, for some of us who are aware of Hadoop for big data analytics, that's basically what we're talking about. So I'm not going to go into all of that because I don't want to go too technical on that one. Now, with respect to how available it's my data if I put them on data lake, right? Now, it supports geo-redundancy. Basically, what this means is that I can choose to have my data in a particular data center, and maybe for backup purposes, or maybe to make sure that my data is readily available, right? I can choose to have a replica, a copy of my data in a different data center. Or maybe I even want to have it in a different region entirely, outside that particular region where my primary data center is. I can also choose that because it supports local redundant storage, zone redundant storage, even geo-redundant storage as well. So these are some things that we should get to appreciate about that. Now, just quickly, with respect to how data lake manages data, right? Now, think about the way we access data. So, for instance, I have data that I access on a daily basis, right? So, every time I want to perform a particular operation or analysis, I always access my data, a particular part of my data every day. Now, it means that that particular part of my data should always be easily accessible whenever I want to make use of it. Now, there are also some part of my data that maybe I always access them once in a month or once in 2 months, right? That is a different category. There could also be some part of my data that I just want to keep them. I may not be interested in accessing them. I may even get to access them once in a year, right? Now, based on these 3 categories that I've mentioned, data lake, Azure Data Lake, kind of like structures your data based on how you access them. And that way, it can categorize them into maybe a hot storage, hot tier bucket, cool tier bucket, or archive, right? What I've said now is basically the reason for this three distinction: hot tier, cool tier, and archive. For the one you access frequently, it goes into the hot tier. The one you access infrequently, it goes into the cool tier, while the one you rarely access goes into archive. Also, there's something called data lifecycle management, right? So let's say, for instance, I have a data policy, data retention policy that says I can't keep a particular type of data for more than 10 years, right? And I don't want an individual to always go there and be managing that data to say, okay, today let me look for data that has stayed more than 10 years and delete it. I can set up data lifecycle management on Data Lake. Now, what it does is every data that has stayed up to 10 years, as of today, it checks. Any data that stays up to 10 years, it deletes it. By tomorrow, the same thing. So it helps you manage the life cycle of your data. So quickly, yes. Another interesting thing about Data Lake, Azure Data Lake, that actually differentiates it from the blob storage, Azure blob storage, is simply the hierarchical namespace. And what this means is that, unlike in blob storage, that you can have just a single file system, a single system where you can put all your data into that single system. Just think about like a big can, and you just keep putting all of your data into that can without arranging them in any sort of way. That's somewhat like what blob storage looks like. But Data Lake, it has hierarchical namespace, meaning that you can create directories within Data Lake, right? So if I want to have data coming from, I want to have data coming from my sensor, or should I say my offshore system that has sensors, I can have a directory that says offshore. And then within it, I can have different days or different years. If I've been collecting that data over time, I can have data for 2018, data for 2019, data for 2020, 2021, 2022. If I even go into any of those years, I can see different months. I can see different days in those months. That way, it gives me that manageability of my data, right? And also, just to note, it also helps us to manage access to our data. For instance, I have sales data, I have accounts data, I have operations data within my data lake, right? Maybe not everybody needs to have access to everything, right? So it helps me to be able to manage accessibility to my data lake, to the data that sits in my data lake. Also, talking about managing accessibility, how does it do that? Now, when you talk about security on Azure Data Lake, this is something that you can actually rely on because there are different, should I say, security protocols that helps you to manage accessibility of data, right? Now, if you think about the role-based access control, basically what this does is it looks at the kind of role that you're trying to use to, let's say, for instance, I want to access my data lake and I provide my credentials, maybe my username, my password. It's going to check if that username and password has access to that data lake. If it does, it allows you. If it does not, it denies you access, right? Now, even when you go into the data lake, it also checks what files or what directories do you even have access to. It only gives you access to those ones that you have access to, right? Other areas, the other methods that we can use to also manage, access to our data lake is maybe access keys. So maybe I don't want to go through the process of, assigning permission to someone. I can share access key, secure access key with them, and with that access key, they can connect to my data lake. Also, just to give you an idea of what data lake is used for, or should I say, a use case of data lake in an architecture. This is basically what it looks like. So if you look at this, you'd see on the far left, those are different possible data sources, right? Those are different possible data sources. So maybe IoT data that is streaming into your data estate. You could also have unstructured data from your CCTVs, from pictures, videos, even sound data. You can have, all of that. You can also have semi-structured data, like we mentioned, JSON data, XML data, all of that, and then even relational data coming from your databases, right? The relational databases I talked about earlier, and maybe even other cloud services. These are different areas that data can come from. Now, I think part of what Wale mentioned when he was presenting was Synapse pipeline, right? Synapse pipeline is somewhat a bit like Data Factory. You can be able to use it to build pipelines to pull data from all of the data sources into somewhere. Now, if you look carefully, something sits in the middle. You can see Azure Data Lake Gen 2, right? So one of the good thing about Data Lake is that it serves as the very starting point where your data should land into before you begin other processes. Think about all of the features that we mentioned. Think about all of the capabilities that we mentioned. It only makes sense that your data, no matter how large it is, comes into an environment that can support the processing of that data, regardless of the format, right? And if you see from Data Lake, a lot of other services can begin to consume. Now, if you also, another question you may ask is, okay, this is pointing from Synapse pipeline. How about my sensor data, right? So you can see we're using things like maybe Azure Event Hub. Event Hub, IoT Hub are basically the kind of resources we use on Azure to capture IoT data, right? So maybe data coming from your Fitbit, coming from your microwave, coming from maybe any sensor-enabled devices that you have, right? So all of that, and if you look at this, it could possibly come into the data lake, right? So even if I'm collecting all of this information and I may not even have a total picture of what I want to do with it, I can store it in my data lake and then process it whenever the time comes, right? And so this is just one scenario. I think we also have a couple of other scenarios where you can see data lake sitting in the heart of a lot of processes. It works with maybe data bricks, even Synapse Analytics, a lot of processes that we can build around data. Our data lake can be very, very helpful when you talk about that. And basically, how do we even create a data lake? Surprisingly, if you understand all of what we have talked about, well, most of what we've talked about, creating a data lake is one of the simplest things to do on Azure. Creating it on the Azure portal is one of the simplest things. So for instance, you put a name, you select the region that you want to create it in, right? So if I want the region closest to me, maybe I can do West Europe. Hopefully someday we'll be able to do Nigeria. But yeah, also, I did talk about the types of storage, right? So you can see, it's either you're doing a standard storage or you're doing a premium storage, right? And here, so this just talks about the type of account you want to create. So basically, the data lake can be used to store files. It can be used to store a couple of other things, or a couple of other use cases. And redundancy. Oh dear. Okay, so for redundancy, you'd see the different types of redundancy support it has for local redundant storage, geo-redundant storage, zone redundant storage, all of that. And the next page, I think this is probably where you would see the distinction between creating a blob storage and creating a data lake. This is the only place where you'd see that distinction. Once you enable this, enable hierarchical namespace, automatically it means that you're creating a data lake. That is the only difference when you're creating a data lake. So when you uncheck this, it's probably creating a storage account, blob storage. When you check this, it's creating a data lake, right? And of course, we've talked about the functionalities. Do we have room for a demo? Let me see. Let me see. Just a moment. Okay. Right. Please let me know if you can. Okay, great. So I believe we can see my screen. Okay, so I did talk about what is going on? Okay, great. Not sure what's going on. Oh dear. Okay, so while we're trying to set that up, let me just do a quick check. Is there anyone who does not have a fairly good understanding about what Azure Data Lake is right now? Fairly good example, of fairly good understanding rather, of what Azure Data Lake is. Okay, so I will go ahead and try to create a data lake. So just give me a moment. Okay, so let me go to the search bar and I can search for storage accounts, right? So okay, so this just gives me the list of all of the storage accounts I already have, but I want to create a new one. So the blade is going to come up. Just a moment. Oh dear. Okay, great. So that's up. So it's going to ask me to select my subscription, select the resource group I want to use to create. Oh, sorry, let me increase this. I don't know if we're finding it a bit difficult to see that. Is this clearer now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, so basically this is going to ask me for my subscription, my resource group if I have one. If I do not, I can just choose to create a resource group, right? The name I want to give to my data lake. So maybe I can say Niger Data Platform data lake. I think I already have something like that. So I just, okay, so I just give that a name. I did talk about the region. So you can select whatever region that is closest to you. And the reason why we say select a region that is closest to you, anybody has any idea? Please.
Maybe for networking purpose. Apart from that, you want to select a region that will suit your cost. For instance, if you're a solution architect or you are the data governor, for instance, if you are running in the US, our daytime now is their night. So the data there is like 10%, 90% cheaper than what people have spent here. So you are going to decide when you want to run. So you can now decide the geo region where you want to select for the purpose of optimizing your cost.
Thank you. So just to add a little bit to what he said. Also, just add a little bit to what he said, right? Now, the closer the region that you're selecting, the lesser the latency. When I say latency, I make a call. I want to see my data. How long does it take for it to give me that data? So the longer the distance, the more latency. The shorter the distance, the lesser the latency. That's one. Also, some regions, some services cost more in some regions than other regions, right? So we usually say select the one that is closest to you, so it will reduce the cost and all of that. So just to put that out there. So I'll just select my West Europe, and then for performance, standard, premium. This is just a demo, so I'll just leave it at standard. Now see the redundancy I was talking about. So you have different options for redundancy, right? Local redundant, geo redundant, zone redundant, geo zone redundant storage. So those are different options. So I'll just leave it at GRS, and I'll just go next. So I'm trying to create a data lake, guys. I'm trying to create a data lake. Can anybody tell me what I should do here? Anyone? Sorry, say that again.
Enable hierarchical network.
And that is it. If I don't do that,
then for the hierarchical thing, because you may not even enable at the beginning, but for the purpose of drilling down in the future, you can later upgrade.
Totally agree. Totally agree. So I can go ahead and just oh dear. Come on. So sorry. What's going on? Maybe it's the code. Sure. Okay, so while that is coming up, okay. So maybe I'll just try as much as possible not to do this. Okay, so yeah, like we said, once you check this box, it's automatically what you're saying is I don't want to create a blob storage. I want to create a data lake instead. So I can just go every other option, I can leave them as default, from networking to data protection to encryption. If I want to change them, I can, but usually these are the only things that I need to change. So I can just go ahead and say review. So it just does a bit of review to make sure that the name I am using is fine, and a lot of other checks that it just does quickly, and I can go ahead and say create. So I don't think this takes so long to deploy. I think this is one of the resources that doesn't actually take long to deploy, right? So, but yeah, I think that's, so while that is creating, so what I can also do is I can open up a different tab, and I'll just show you an example. I'll show you an example of a data lake that I have existing.
Network.
Oh dear. Oh dear. So, okay, so I think
use the office one.
oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. MS guest. Yes. Where are you? Microsoft guest. So that's MS events.
It's a quick hours.
24.
24/7.
That's for you.
34. Aremu.
So just going back to this, I'll just refresh here. You know, one of the beautiful things is that despite the fact that I had network interruption while working on creating this, you can see that it still went ahead to create despite I had some network difficulties. So basically, once you go to the resource that's created, if you've created a blob storage account before, you'd see that this looks somewhat like that. The only difference could be that you now have containers on the left-hand side. In containers, you can be able to create your hierarchical data. So I think I'll just go back to my slide and then questions. Okay, please go ahead.
Question 10. We're just going to take just 2 questions.
You said the data lake can store all sorts of data. Does it mean we have databases, blob storage, all kind of data stores within the data lake? And when you send data to it, it figures out where it puts the data.
Okay. So now I wouldn't say databases, right? Look at it as a file system, right? Now within that file system, say for instance your PC, your desktop, right? If I send a PDF file to you. You can be able to store it in your desktop. If I send an Excel file, you can be able to store it in your desktop. If you choose to, you can create folders to arrange them in there. That's the same thing that happens with a data lake. Although for unstructured data, for semi-structured data, right? But for structured data, it's advisable for you to use a different solution for structured data. For instance, your relational database systems, right? So, but that's basically how it addresses that. I don't know if that addresses your question. Okay.
Any other question? Okay, so
what will you use for this, for the relational databases?
Okay, so there are quite a number of options, right? So it depends if you're looking at something on Azure for a Microsoft database, then any of the Microsoft SQL databases, the different variants of Microsoft SQL databases could be a good option for you, right? If you're looking on the MySQL side, still on Azure, there is Azure database for MySQL. There's Azure database for Postgres, right? So those are a couple of options that you can look at. Great.
I hope everyone understood the data lake, and then you can also it helps us understand what Mr. Yusuf also thought.
I'm still linking within my system, Sha.
You're still linking within your system, all right. So then, all right. So the next thing, we're far behind schedule. Hopefully we can.
Let's appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel. That was very detailed.
Very extremely detailed.
Yeah, and I think that we should have done it before the Synapse. It will help to give knowledge on the studies. Okay, we're expecting Mr. David Abo, and he'll be talking to us on community.
Yeah.
Ask questions now. Have questions now. Like this one, you should have questions. Don't let him go.
If this cup run it over, it pass.
Anything you want to ask. It's the Google.
Google Microsoft.
So we can appreciate him now and then appreciate him after. Okay, so apologies. Is the being not
You have to close up.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Okay, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I needed to create this very fast because we needed to change some topics. One thing about Azure is that irrespective of the field that you are in, Azure is so big enough to take it from security perspective to the data perspective, to the machine learning side, to the AI side, to the engineering side. That's how Azure is so big enough to do it. So we want to see some of the business opportunities with data. Like I answered the question earlier on, I was saying something about what Satya said about the intelligence data platform. And right now, we're going to look at his video, which he did in Microsoft Build 2022. So let's just check it out. Okay, so this is me. Before we check the video, I work at Microsoft as the global cloud advocate for Power BI. So everything Power BI globally, I work using Power BI and spreading the good news of Power BI. Also, the Power Platform Nigeria community. I also run the programs there also. And the one I didn't put, which is something that is on the pipeline, is the Data First Africa. Who have heard of Data First Africa? Okay, yeah. So Data First Africa, yeah, founder of Data First Africa, or lead volunteer of Data First Africa. So let's watch this video. Let's see. Am I showing the right thing? Am I showing a video?
Yeah.
Okay, not yet. So let me just take it here. Let me just stop sharing this. I'm sorry, just give me a little bit of time. Okay. But can you hear?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Can you hear here in the? Okay.
You should be able to hear.
Okay. Thank you. So now, Satya Nadella was talking about something called. I should reduce the volume.
Now let's turn to data.
So let me just explain before you listen. We're talking about Wale talked about Azure, Synapse, and my friend Emmanuel was talking about the data lake side. But there is actually a story behind those products. Because what people think is that, oh, Synapse does analytics, it does this. But if you don't understand the story, when a business use case comes in, you don't understand why you want to use Synapse, and you might not be even able to defend it. So what is the story from a Microsoft perspective is what we want to hear the CEO of Microsoft talk about. So let's listen to what he says.
Now let's turn to data. When you step back, it's really your most important architectural consideration. We're moving to a world where every app will be intelligent and adapt in real time. Analytics won't just be a back-end process. It will become a critical part of the product experience. Today, though, developers struggle with the silos that too often exist between databases, analytics, and governance. Data engineers, data scientists, and business analysts struggle with the complexity of making data integration, data warehousing, ML ops, and BI all come together. And data and privacy officers struggle to meet the regulations when governance is not deeply integrated into the products they're supposed to monitor. That's why, instead of thinking about databases, analytics, and governance as separate things, we are architecting these pieces together as part of one intelligent data platform. And today, I'm very excited to announce the Microsoft Intelligent Data Platform. There is no better example of why this matters than e-commerce. Take, for example, a shopping website that needs to create personalized experiences, including product recommendations. Real-time personalization means the website needs to capture new interests from current sessions and instantly match historical data to online session data in real time and at limitless scale. It's absolutely mission critical during peak events like Cyber Monday. The site needs to connect and correlate customers with products, inventory, suppliers, logistics, and even social sentiment all while respecting customer data privacy. They can build their application on Cosmos DB or SQL Hyperscale. With Synapse Link, all committed transactions across these databases are now available in real-time analytics in Synapse. With Azure ML, they can easily retrain models based on this real-time learning and close the loop by deploying those models back onto the application. And with Power BI, insights can be shared across the company. All of this can happen within just a few seconds. So the website can offer the right product to the right customer at the right time. And of course, your service has to ensure it's compliant with GDPR and other privacy regulations. And that's why we have deeply integrated all of our data services with Microsoft Purview, enforcing governance across all these data assets wherever they reside. This is about bringing together all of our data products into one architectural fabric so you as developers can shift your focus to your creativity, to what you can uniquely do instead of spending time integrating data services and governance.
Okay. Can anybody share one or two things they've learned from what? Anybody? One or two things? Anybody? Thank you.
You spoke about data governance.
Okay.
So if the ICT that was recently passed says that you can, or the local content law says that you cannot reside Nigerian data outside. So the purview and the data governance already put structure in place. Make sure you are compliant with the regulations of your country, your region.
Good. Any other one more person?
So this man will be good in watching documentaries.
One more person.
I think you also spoke about an intelligence platform where everybody you can do all your data, or you can have all your data needs in one place. So I think you can focus on that.
Great. Thank you. So now the whole idea is that instead of you trying to think, how do I combine this to this to this, because you're working on it on different type of, let's say, business use case data sets. The major thing Microsoft is saying is this: we are bringing all data products into one, which is Synapse. So everything can come into Synapse. And if you understand Synapse, you might be able to use Python in Synapse and analyze. You can use your Azure SQL in Synapse and analyze. You can bring in Power BI and what? And analyze. And you can take data from anywhere that it is, either it is coming from your desktop, which is on premise, and you want to take it to the cloud, you can take it. The whole idea of what we are saying is customer satisfaction. Because either you're working in a bank, or you're working in consulting, or you're working as in let's say an e-commerce company. The idea is that whatever my customers need, I should be able to provide through data. That is the end goal. So as we as data analysts or cloud data engineers, the idea is to make sure that every data that we are getting does not take up to 30 days anymore. It can take up to like 1 day. That is the idea. And whereby whenever we need to integrate so many things, we can integrate them as fast as possible. And the next thing is this: if this ticket does not work for a customer, your company goes down. If there is no loyalty, if revenue is not coming in, and if there is no profit, then everything changes. So now, when building your journey in the cloud, you need to understand that your cloud must give you efficiency. And that is why we're talking about data. Well, why everybody moved from Excel analytics to Power BI analytics is because of what? Efficiency. It's because of efficiency. Because before, there was Power Pivot, like Wally said. There was Power Pivot in Excel, but they needed to combine Power Pivot and Power Query and give us Power BI. Now, they've even gone ahead to give us Data Mart. Now, Data Mart has to do with SQL online with Power BI online. So now you are now seeing data flows, Data Mart within Power BI. The future of Power BI
is that you can run every analytics even without using Power BI desktop. That is where we are going to. So if you think that you're a data analyst because you understand Power BI desktop, we have moved. We have moved. Wale, you remember when I tell you that learn Synapse, Synapse is the next thing. I'm happy with your presentation on Synapse today because that is the future. That is the future. That is where it's going to. That is the future. Synapse. Because the whole world is running on data. The whole world is running on data. So that is it. Then the next thing that you're trying to look at when you're doing your cloud is you're trying to look at the agility. What do we mean by agility? We are saying that the speed, the flexibility, and the scale at which you can go. You don't want to, like that question that Papa asked, you don't want to get to a point that you start using Excel and it begins to drag. That is scalability. You need to get to a point whereby even though you had 1 more million row into your data set, it can what? Scale up. And that is where the intelligent data platform is coming in, why you should go into cloud services. Now, differentiation. What do we mean by differentiation? Somebody was tweeted one time, says that, why can't a company, I won't mention that company, is a food company, like all these Chicken Republic and all the rest like that. Why can't they build a data type of warehouse whereby if anybody comes in and gets rice, plantain, and chicken, and you know that this person will always get rice, plantain, and chicken, what type of food that people get at this period of time, that you can now create a unique user experience during the day or during the evening. Like Jumia does Jumia food. There could be a way that they can do a unique experience for users. So now that is the idea, and which is machine learning, where you can actually build your model to be able to create solutions for even your own customers. So it is not about understanding Python. It's not about understanding SQL. It's by understanding the business use case and the type of solution that you're trying to prefer for your customers. Now, what makes Microsoft get to where they are is because of the cloud services from anywhere. Remember what I was saying when I started? I said that what makes Azure powerful is because either you're coming from a security perspective or to a development perspective or to an analytic perspective, Azure is capable of doing them. So either you're coming in from a software development side, or you're coming in from enterprise level, or developer level, or analytics level, or Internet of Things, Azure has all capability to do those things. And that's what has made Microsoft Cloud one of the best, if not the best, the best cloud service all over the world. Because why? What else will you say? What else will I say? That is what I say. It's a fact. It's a fact. Like, look like Power BI. Power BI is the top. It's a fact. Power BI is the top. Look at Power BI. Power BI is the top data service globally. It's a fact. It's a fact. I got a call.
And cheaper than Tableau.
Eh?
And cheaper than Tableau.
And I got a call. And they were like, so, David, we noticed that a whole lot of people are using Power BI in Africa. And we're trying to see how we focus on Africa. That is the whole idea. It means that a whole lot of people are beginning to wake up to the capability of what? Of Power BI. Now, but the real thing is this. If people are seeing the capability of Power BI, what do we think in the next 3, 4, 5 years with the capability of Synapse at the global level and at African enterprise scale? Because the real truth is that bankers, telecommunication companies, they will start thinking about what? Cloud, Synapse. And those are type of conversations that will begin to happen. Those are the type of conversations that will begin to happen. Now, you notice our solutions. If you can check our solutions for the software, you can see the Office 365, the Dynamics, the Power BI. At the enterprise level, you can see the Azure. Everybody understand. So all this is just Azure, and you can always work on them. But you notice that is the power. The power is Azure. So if you don't understand Azure, it's a very good resource to even understand Azure. Before you now say, okay, I want to understand Azure data. I don't maybe you understand what I'm saying now. You need to understand Azure, then you can now delve into Azure data. Then when you delve into Azure data, then you're now, and you notice, and one thing I tell people, I said, see, it's easy for you to know where Microsoft is going to with some of their new products or their certification. Before, our exams is called DA 100, correct? Data Analyst 100. Then it changed to what? PL 300. It means that they're now telling you that you're a data analyst using Power BI. A Power BI data analyst, go and check it. You see Power BI data analyst, PL 300. I mean, after some months, they release another exam called what? AZ. Is it, I think, is it 500 or is it 300? GP 500. No. It's AZ. I can remember that it's AZ, not GP. It's AZ. Now that AZ is for data engineers, Azure data engineers. But he has Power BI embedded in enterprise level. He has the Synapse. He has the Purview. Where is it going to? It means that if you finish your PL 300, there's another exam that you have to proceed to. Before it was the 100 that we end up in. Now, exactly. Now we need to get to another level. So what does it mean? It means that when you finish Power BI, there's an enterprise scale that we need to get to. And those are the enterprise scale. Yeah, Azure enterprise level. Are we getting it now? Okay. So, but one thing about it is that Microsoft has been able to help with hybrid solution in which that you can go from on-premise to what? To cloud. You can go from on-premise to cloud. Even our Office 365, we have given us that type of experience already, where you go from your on-premise to cloud. Now, the next thing is open and flexibility. What do we mean by open and flexibility? You can run these different things on open source using Azure. And you get what I'm saying? Remember I was saying about Python running on Azure. So now, the open, before people say, Microsoft is closed. It's closed. No, it's not closed. It's not closed. It's more open source right now. And even with GitHub, I think, is GitHub not there? Is there, Abi? Yeah. Even with GitHub have even opened it up for everybody. Microsoft owns GitHub. So GitHub has opened it up for everybody. So you can run so many things using GitHub and using version control, something like that. So, and these are the type of skill sets that we are heading to right now. This might not concern us a lot, but for development itself, software development, this is what people use. And also, it's also still within Microsoft, I know some people use PowerShell, and especially for development itself. Now, and we get to this is where we have many of us, we're in this side. But now we have gotten to the extent whereby we can increase what we do, the dynamics, the Salesforce, we can increase the things that we do within the same platform that we have in Microsoft. So Microsoft doesn't end up in just only Office 365 Power Platform, but Azure is now the foundation of everything. So you need to understand it from the foundation. Azure is really the foundation of everything. And that is where you can really build everything that you want to build on. You want to build on Power BI, Power Platform, everything that you want to build on. So, and this is where Microsoft have done to help us get to this point. Now, as I close, what is the different career paths that you have? It is more than this, but you will notice that data analyst skill set is increasing day by day. Before, if you know only Excel, a bank can employ you. A bank can employ you. If you say you know Excel, a bank will employ you. But right now, you know Excel, you know Power BI, you know SQL, you will know Python, you know R. Then you now have projects. Before, you don't need to have projects. Now you now have projects. You will now document those projects on your GitHub. Before you now see internship.
Write documentation.
You now write documentation before you see internship. But people think that, that people don't want to go into the tech itself, which is the software development. People don't want to still stay in just only the simple things in tech. So that's okay, data analyst. At least I'll be doing DAX. I'll be doing visualization. So if I stay here, I'm fine. M-code. If I stay here, I'm fine. Then they begin to understand that they need to go and do Python, do version control, do GitHub. Then they say, okay, wait, this is not what I bargained for from the beginning. And now that you came here today, you're beginning to see Synapse. Okay, where will this end? Where are we going to end? So that let us know where we're ending this. Exactly. But the real truth is this. It's because the world is changing fast. The world is changing fast. And business needs to also change fast. Most people recession is on ground, right? There's recession actually now. Yeah. But why we are not feeling it in Nigeria as it were, that we're even seeing more employment is because of the JAPA session. You understand? That's why you're still seeing more tech rules coming in. You understand? But globally, there's recession. But the real thing is this. Companies are thinking of ways to build capability within their employee skill set so that they don't fall. Remember what we said about customers, the loyalty, the revenue, and the profits. So companies are already thinking of ways. That's why now, if you have only small experience at the global or enterprise level, you're an hot cake. And then some people say, oh no, that we don't have opportunities to do entry-level roles are not much. Yeah, it's true. Because right now, we are not looking for entry-level roles. Companies are trying to survive before they think of what? Bringing other new people in. Freshers, thank you. Freshers. So they need skill first. Already made food. So, but now the world has gone beyond, data has gone beyond data analysts right now. It's going into cloud. One thing that you should know that Microsoft is trying to do is, before, if you know Power BI and you enter into a bank, you just need to ask your data engineer that give me these tables, give me these columns. Me, I will continue my work. But with data math within Power BI, it means that SQL guys can now run Power BI. That means the guys at the back end can now run visualization. And the guys at the front end can now run the back end side. Are you getting it now? So, and it has now gotten to a point now, you now have people called the cloud data engineer. These ones, they are just at the back, making sure that this data has the governance that you said, the governance that is there. You have the operational database, and you know that there's security and everything. There are guys at the back end, fully just back end. The analytic engineers, they are in between the data engineer and the data analyst itself. they are in the middle. They are making sure that those data, storing data is even from preparing data. Storing data is like, okay, the data is here. Preparing the data, cleaning that data is where mostly analytic engineers comes in. And then we have the enterprise solution architects, guys. These guys understand the A to Z of it. These people have the money. You understand? These are the people that bill these guys here. And we have the data scientists. So, but in all of these things, what I'm trying to point out in this my presentation is that data careers are evolving. And if you need to if you need to have access to opportunities as fast as possible, then we can't slow down. We can't slow down. And that is the truth. We can't slow down. So now, Microsoft and community. One of the things that we have tried to do is what we are doing right now. And big shout out to my bosses, Mr. Deji, Mr. Sheyi, and all other the planning team of the Microsoft the data space. You guys have been doing wonderfully well every weekend to build people within the data stack. And that is one of the things that we're trying to achieve. And we coming here also is a testament of you knowing that there are people that Microsoft at the bigger scale knows that there's a community that is here. Because it's a different ball game whereby there's a community program and even the products that you're trying to advertise, they don't even know that you're doing community. But one thing that Microsoft have been able to do is to bridge that gap, whereby we now have access, you have access to me as a Microsoft employee and even to the head of Madam Ola Williams. And that is one beautiful thing about Microsoft, where we have bridged the gap so that we want community to scale up. Because the better you scale up as a community members, the better the company that you work for. And it's a 360 degree. And that is one beautiful thing. So, and another thing there is that the side of community is important, is a big thing for Microsoft. And it's a global thing for Microsoft because we want as much as possible to have access to communities, either from even the development side to the data side. We want to have access to community. And that is why also we are trying as much as possible to build more MVPs, more MCTs, and more student ambassadors in all our programs. In all our programs. So if you have a younger brother, younger sister that is in school, we want them to become an ambassador because they have access to all ambassadors all over the world. All over the world. If you know somebody called Jaflet, Umodu, Unwanu, Unwamu, thank you, Jaflet Unwamu. If he knows that I did not get his surname correct, he's going to kill me. So Jaflet, same way, is a student, was a student of the University of Benin. Then from students, now works at Microsoft as a full-time employee. So the idea of community is so important in Microsoft. So important in Microsoft. And we have gotten there. And that is how we got Oluwawumiju Imboke too, becoming a community person. Then from there, he became an MVP. From now, he's now in Microsoft. Same way, I worked at Brown Consulting with Adewale Yusuf. I worked at Brown Consulting. Then I became MVP. Then now in Microsoft. So the whole idea is also to understand that Microsoft and community are 5 and 6. So we cherish the things that you do in the community. We cherish it a whole lot that you do in the community. But we want to make sure that everything that we do, we can have access to opportunities. And every time that there are opportunities, we'll definitely always reach out to everybody. So then the last thing I want to say before I close out is that the future of data is cloud. The future of data is cloud. Because right now, all companies want to survive. And Microsoft, we as Microsoft, we are building a foundation for everybody to build on, because we want everybody to make more, do more, and invest more. So if you're building things in Power BI, you're building things in Excel, remember the cloud side of it and say, how can I scale it up at the level? Some of us still use normal Excel 2016, Excel 2019, Excel 2010. But we need to start moving to Office 365 or Microsoft 365 because it is cloud and it helps for productivity, it helps for scaling, and even for faster processes. So thank you very much, everybody. Welcome to my speech.
Thank you, Mr. David. Mr. David, don't go. I'm sure we have some. I know we are all technical, but we have business people too in the house. People that are thinking money-wise and all that. People have questions regarding how they can make money, how they can get opportunities in these areas. So, any questions? Contributions?
Questions?
Okay. How do we get people to join the communities as well as get students to become ambassadors? What's like the process, or are there links? Are there registration links like that?
Okay, thank you for that question. So now we are just only 10 cloud advocates in Africa, but some of us are focused on. So I need to explain this. So some of us are focused on the professionals, or let me say the early career people, while others are focused on students, like students. So people like Olayowaju Iboke is student. People like Jaflet is student. So just connect with Olayowaju, and they've done a whole lot. I think who saw the 30 days of learning exactly? So it was massive. So you can connect with both of them. And one thing is that we're trying to meet, even not because of what is happening in the education sector, we wanted to run some things in the whole of Nigeria. So connect with them, and every other conversation start up from there. Exactly, he is also an ambassador, so you can always connect with him. Yes, your question, boss.
My own question is actually a bit different.
Okay.
For someone like me now, I'm an aspiring data analyst. And I've been self-learning for some months, let me say 4 months. And I had little experience in Excel, Power BI, and just trying out SQL.
Okay.
But however, I'm still having the feelings that I'm not making progress. And then, in fact, I've actually gone to the extent of even looking for an unpaid internship, whereby I can just have a live project experience, or I have a mentor, or I have a guide while I learn on the road. In fact, when a friend shared me the link, I have to told him that don't worry, I reside in Ilorin. I will be in Lagos. If probably, because I have someone, like I read some people's tweets, people that are even far ahead of me, that they've been, at least they have some rooted knowledge already, and still yet they are unable to probably get their hands into what they can be booked of, or something that they can probably get a entry job or entry level role with. So like, what is the plan? Like, is there can there be a, how would I put it? Like, I don't know if it's possible that if for people that actually scale up from the people that have scaled up a little bit, that have the knowledge, even if it can be organized, that there will be live projects they can always practical, like they can always do to at least, I don't know. I just don't.
Mr. Sheyi is visible.
You know, we have the big boss here. There are some people that also have small bosses. And we are doing something in the community which is called, we mentor you via certain companies. Giant Computer is doing that. Covenant Technology is also doing that. Now, what we do, it might not be in the scale of payment, but in the scale of experience. People connect to Giant Computer, bring them to the field because you do have projects. You go with him, he tell them what to do. He has some staff that you work with. And after a while, you can either want to go with him or go out when you have good opportunity. But the scale here is still very small. We are still hoping Microsoft is doing something absorbing to the ambassadorship and the rest. But we are just doing on the community level.
good to know Power BI. It's good to know all other products, but it doesn't make us a data analyst. Because somebody from supply chain can know Power BI. Somebody from finance can know pivot table and charts, but does not make a finance person a data analyst. They are just tools. So one thing that we are saying is that when you have a data and you're able to analyze them in Power BI in Excel, you should be able to document your processes and what is the next step based on that data visualization or analytics that you've done. Because one thing is this, you might not have a real project data from a consulting side, except you enter into a company or you're working with Gyre and Covenant and you see that. But if you have a data set that you saw somewhere, like I know that there are different things on LinkedIn that every month you see data and you participate every month. Some companies like that. If you have that, they give you a data set. Take that data set, don't end up in visualization. No. That is not even what makes us a data analyst. Visualization does not make us a data analyst. We are not a painter. So what makes us data analysts is that after the analytics and visualization, what is the next step to take for that company as an example? Insights. Exactly. Those insights, they're going to put them down. One of the things I learned before coming into Microsoft was documentation. Where I worked before, demand consulting, if you don't know how to document it, there's a big problem. So you need to know how to document processes down. Document what you see down. And that's what makes us better. That's why we have the GitHub. Your GitHub should be that place where you can document. So when you document, when you go for an interview, like he said, when you go for an interview, you can sit down and tell them that, oh, let me take you to my GitHub repo. And let's see these reports that I created and the things I wrote down based on that. That did not make you only a data analyst by pictures. It makes you a data analyst by what? Documentation. And that one is more better. Because one thing is this, when you come on Twitter, you'll notice a whole lot of people showing different visualizations. It's beautiful, I love them. Because we didn't grow to that point from day one. Even before, you cannot post pictures, you can't post your visualization outside now. You are afraid of backlash. You are afraid because a whole lot of people, you know now how online can be negative. A whole lot of people, because I can gatekeep visualization, I tell you that which nonsense thing are you doing? Why is the color like this? But we've grown over time on Twitter and LinkedIn that when you post, so people can just itemize the things that you can build on. And the next time you build on that, I have so many stories to tell about people who started from, everybody knows Rita on Twitter. If you know Rita on Twitter, you should know. We have Rita, we have Jessica. Okay, we have Rita, we have Jessica. We have so many people who, within 4 or 5 months, I even have a friend who we stay in Yaba together. Like, this is my flat, this is flat. He was a customer success person in an insurance company. But when he comes to my room, he see me with visualization. He said, David, I want to do this thing. He said, David, I want to do this thing. I said, okay, fine. I gave him materials. He did it. He will always post on LinkedIn. Most of us don't know how to tell stories. And that's why it's bad even in our data visualization. Because data visualization is about what? Storytelling. We don't know how to tell story on LinkedIn. Check my Twitter handle. My pinned tweet was talking about how I wanted to build something called Data First Africa. Look at the thing that I gained. Right now, we have over 10 sponsors for Data First, October 14 and 15. And that is one of the biggest events in Africa for data, because we're expecting over 3,000 people. It's about storytelling. And this guy was able to tell story on LinkedIn until his HR said, come, I said the things I used to post. Do you want to work in data with the data team? He says, yes. Connected with the data team. They did interview. Now he's in data team from customer success. There will always be stories to tell. The only issue that we have is that building the data and creating the insight are two different ballgame entirely. And that's what makes some people more better than others.
Let's appreciate it. All right, so I know we didn't come here to eat, but it's break time. So if you're interested in eating, well, you're not interested.
Your joke is expensive.
So let's go for a break. And after the break, we have a tour of the
Microsoft has facility. We're going to their garage.
So
see what Microsoft showcase in terms of their products. So just let's take the full 10 minutes, then we'll go for the tour, then we'll come back. Our next presenter is already here.
Okay, let's go this way.
He didn't tell us he lost the job.
No, sorry, I would demoralize you. It's like the music my guy that's our go to share.
Where's the person? Okay, Ross. Let me see my feelings. Sorry, have you seen your students? Okay.
No, this is your teacher that you're talking to.
You know, seriously, brother, no funny. Nobody go call you honey. They can know, okay, go. Imekwana dewo, ijikwego, ibego no no. Iwe na financial woman be that. Relax, iwe yeah, na financial woman be that. Relax, yeah. Okay, now my boy in the car got select. Emi to the master for your belly. Why I know some was other from not telling. Listen, just so again, need the belly. I couldn't not like it, but some need you. And then I hustle and what I'm more. I seen on the look and I'm going more. I made no level, yeah, I will more. I took it as a man, what is nothing. Emmanuel, you make up come on, I'm nothing. I'm not so this girl, I got one shutting. I got them for lace, so let's him cutting. Even after all my spending a year at year, I'm a go become a belly, yeah, because yeah, we reach a go no motor, I come up here. So the need to go away, you don't financial woman be that. Relax.
I'll even switch it there. So we're going on now. Yeah, go and pick it. Both of them. Choose the both of them. Let's see what. Be fast.
Are you ready for us?
It's getting set. Just bring it along. Hold on a minute.
Is the one ahead of
Okay, yeah. I didn't know you're on
So I can my friends of Ekin. Wait, wait. You can say hello today, but I may not be able to send it today. But definitely I will. Yes.
Hold on. Okay, so we're moving.
I don't need to. When last I give him, it's the long one. That's when the last time we had Microsoft training days. I don't know something that has been last time. Oh yeah. Yes, new. Let me drop this. That was when I was in my 200 level. One time. That's what I'm telling you, 200 level. So many years ago when I met him. I don't talk about it. Look at all this luggage. Why you calling? Wait for me. Oh yeah. See us now.
Young money. I hope this Microsoft backdrop and stuff. I won't be have cameras. Is it? I guess it's safe. Just tell them so more. I don't see my laptop. I want to travel light. Yeah, the
You see videos? Yeah, that video. Okay, you've been there. I know, I didn't see it though. Still warm though. I'm going to call you.
The speaker is waiting, please.
Okay, we're ready to welcome our Mr. Kazim, and we'll be talking about some Microsoft data. Oh, I showed you that already. Just give everybody 2 minutes to settle in.
No, just
Sashi, thank you for announcing for what I've been looking for.
Just have 2 seconds. Okay, that's next.
So let's welcome Mr. Kazim. Appreciate him. Taking us on Azure Data Services.
Please can we welcome Kazim?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So this session is not, I'm not going to be anchoring it alone, right? So data services isn't my top. So I'm just going to be mentioning some of those services. And of course, I have the data gurus around, right? So the 3 of us, myself, Deji, and Sheyi, will just be talking you through some of the services, right? So I'll just mention some of the services that we can leverage. Yes.
Sorry to cut you. Okay, so just a quick announcement. Please, you can take a picture of yourself and tweet it, put it on your social media pages. The hashtag is Nigeria Data Platform 2022. Yeah. So please let's do that.
Let us let it out. Okay, I'll paste it here.
Okay. Oh, I don't know.
Can we write here? We can ask them.
So the person with the highest tweets, likes, retweets gets a gift from the organizers. I'm just a messenger.
Okay, so again, like I mentioned, so we'll just be quickly flipping through some of the services, right, that we can leverage on Azure with regards to data. All right, so my details here, I work at Icon Systems Limited. So I'm a Microsoft MCT and a Microsoft Azure MVP as well. I have a video podcast that I run online, so you can look that up on YouTube. So it's TED Talk with Kazim.
Please, this is our official hashtag. Nigeria Data Platform. Let us write story around it with our messages and pictures. Thank you.
All right, so on Twitter, you can follow me on Twitter. It's Kazim Can Teach on Twitter, and on LinkedIn, so it's Kazim Adewale, right? So when it comes to data, we usually have a lot of data lying around, or in the workplace, businesses will usually have a number of data scattered all over the place. So what we'll need to do is to try to make sense of the data, right? So the data can be on premises, the data can be in the cloud. Sometimes we're not having it only sitting on the Azure cloud. So it might also be sitting on other cloud platforms as well, right? So usually we want to ask questions of the data, right? So that we can put the data to use, right? So that we can use that data to better use. We can get value from the data. So that's really the bottom line when it comes to having a whole lot of data. So the question usually is, what are we able to do with that amount of data that we have? What kind of story, can we tell with regard to the data that we have? So it boils down to that, right? And, the challenges sometimes is also the fact that these data might be in different formats, right? So even when you have somebody sitting with, let's call it Power BI, right? So you will need to do some kind of ETL, right, on the data before they can start to put data to good use, right? So sometimes you can have your data, maybe you have a video file sitting somewhere in a flat file system, right? Or you have some data sitting in a very structured, on a very structured platform like an RDBMS, maybe sitting on an Azure SQL server somewhere. You get the picture. So sometimes it might be a semi-formal kind of, structure, like it might be written in JSON, it might be in XML format. So what we need to do is to find a way of bringing that data to a place where we can start to make sense of the data. So we can start to tell stories of that data that we have. So if, for instance, pulling all the data that we have inside a data warehouse, for example, right? So regardless of what we want to do up on Azure, there are a number of services that we can take advantage of, right, to work with our data, right? So some of them I've listed up here. So, and I'm going to be counting on the help of my colleagues, right, to tell us a little bit more about some of these services that we have here. So one is the Azure Data Catalog, right? So with the Azure Data Catalog, for example, you can have your data sitting everywhere, right? So you just need to make sure that you have your data sources are connected to the Azure Data Catalog. And from the Azure Data Catalog, you can have index, right? You can have some kind of references to where those data are seated. So you don't necessarily even need to bring it to a particular place to start to make sense of the data, right? So that's one of the tool that you have up on Azure that you can leverage. One of the service, there are so many services up on Azure. So when it comes to working with data, that's one of them that you can use. I've not listed all of them yet, so these are just a few that I've listed. We also have the SQL database, right? So if you want to have your data be structured, right, unlike having an unstructured data, right? So if I want it to follow some kind of RDBMS format, where I'm using tables, I'm using views, right? So you want to also leverage the SQL database. The SQL database that you probably want to use would be, if you're using it on Azure, then it's going to be PaaS, right? Unlike what we're having on premises. So if you're having it on premises, we know some of the issues, right, associated with having some of these services on premises, especially in this part of the world, right? So number one would be power, right? So if the application that is sitting on SQL or that requires that backend, and SQL is providing that backend service, and the application happens to be mission critical application, people will always need access to that application, right? So what happens after close of work, right? So you need to have good power. If you don't have an inverter system and you can't guarantee that PHCN is always going to be there for you, right? So you need to provide power. So those are some of the pitfalls, some of the challenges
associated with having that data sit on premises. So for some of this reason, right, so you want to consider migrating it to the cloud. And it's not cheap, right, to have SQL servers sitting on-prem. It's not very cheap. You know, the licensing cost, you need to have a server, you need to worry about making it redundant, right? So you're not just going to have one instance of SQL server. So you're going to worry about having multiple instances. But if that's what you already have, of course, you can find a way of also moving. Microsoft would accommodate you, you know, that license that you've paid for on premises. So you get some kind of rebate when you are migrating your data to SQL server in the cloud. So it's a PaaS service. You don't have to worry about infrastructure. So you're just paying for your SQL server instance. Although, you know, that SQL database that you have there doesn't come with all the bells and whistles that you have on premises. You know, on premises, you have a number of other services associated with your SQL server. You know, SSRS, you know, analysis services. So they all come bundled with it. But this is just, you know, the SQL database instance. And we also have the Azure analysis services is another one that we have that you can take advantage of to make sense of your data. Deji, you want to mention a little bit about the HD Insights, and I'm sure someone spoke about Synapse. I saw it. I'm not sure who. Yes, Yusuf did. You know, so you can trust Yusuf to do a very fantastic job about Synapse. Deji, HD Insights. So what do we have for HD
We all know that data is growing rapidly. The data we've gathered for the past 20 years is not as much as what we gather in a month this generation. If you want to find that out, go and try it. The way we gather data nowadays is far more than what we do in those days. Now, we need a solution that can house heavy data sets. And we'll talk about heavy data sets. What exactly are we talking about? So part of the Azure Data Service, we have HD Insights. This is a solution that can help you hold and help you walk through data sets easily. Now, apart from that, I would like to quickly mention another one, stream analytics. Generation today, most of the things we do now, in those days, we have what's called batch service. Batch service in the sense that we register things down. At a particular time, we now go to the system and post it into the system. But nowadays, we don't register. We run activity as it comes in. A good example of stream analytics is IoT. Let me use that to illustrate my example. What is IoT? Internet of Things. Internet of Things. Now, I have a door that once anybody comes in through the door, it should count how many people entered through that door. And if anybody is leaving, let me know how many people left. And do a calculation. When people were coming in, 59 people came in. When people were going out, 58 left. One man is still in there. Go and look for him. Are we getting me? I need a situation whereby as people are driving in or going in, I want to monitor what is going on. Or I have a refrigerator, or I have a device that is capturing information at the moment, and it should be sent to a particular server. Don't wait. As it's happening, send something to a place. Then we need something, one of the Azure data services that will be able to handle things like this. And one of them, this is another powerful one that can actually help you handle what we call stream analytics. As they come in, let me hold them and work with it. Another good one I will talk about briefly is the Azure Data Factory. This is a factory that helps you process your data. When I say process, perform majorly ETL function on your data set. It says another big word again. What is ETL again?
Extract of data, transform of data, and load of data.
So this is a nice factory that will pick up your data from any location, tidy that data up, clean it up, and help you put it somewhere. And when, I don't know, I think Emmanuel was doing his presentation, I love one illustration he showed to us. He showed us a data lake and data warehouse. If you see the data in the data lake, it looks somehow. But when they go to the warehouse, what happened?
Arranged and structured.
It has passed through a factory. And that factory is ADF, Azure Data Factory. Kazim,
yes,
thank you very much.
On that inside too, we can share something. So, like we heard about Apache Spark. Apache Spark is open source by IBM or what. Microsoft version of Apache Spark is the HD inside. So it's a managed service by Microsoft for Hadoop.
Okay, for Hadoop services. Thank you very much. So just like is rightly mentioned, and Ayodeji also mentioned the Azure Data Factory, right? So these are some other additional services that we have augmenting some of those services that we've highlighted, right? So talking about the data factory, you also have the Azure ML and the Azure Data Lake. In a way, we wouldn't want to call the data lake, a data service as all, as such, because you can marry it to storage. So it builds on top of blob storage, right? So, but there's a leg in, into data services. If you have a lot of data, yes, you want to consider it, but you want to class it separately. So the class belongs to storage and not, data, services as such. So these are some of the services that we have. And if you're wondering, for Azure ML, so when people are looking to build models, they say, oh, I want to build and I want to try to train my model. I want to take a picture. So when you see this particular picture, I want you to tell me, give me some granular information about that. You need to take multiple instances of that particular photo. When the photo is this way, when it is this way. So I have multiple instances of the photo. So what you're doing is training the model, right? So what is being used to train a lot of models that we have on Azure is the Azure ML. There's a studio, by the way, so if you like to work with the Azure ML studio, as well. So these are some other services that we have. So sometimes you might be wondering, or people might be asking the question that, how come we have so much services? So it's always a question that people ask about Azure. When you talk about Azure, if you're talking about the cloud itself, the Azure cloud, there are so many services. Some of those services are doing similar tasks, right? So yes, they do similar work, but what you need to understand, or your job, so to speak, is to know that those tools, yes, they augment each other, but each one of them have their core areas. So they have their strength and their weakness. So you need to look at the requirements, what the requirement statement is that you're trying to solve, and figure out which of the tool is going to help you meet the need heads on. Which one can give you, can help you solve the problem properly. So you don't end up with using the wrong tool instead. So I think that's what I have for you today. It's a very short one. So again, so those are my details if you like us to connect. I'm on Facebook, I'm on Twitter, and we can also connect on LinkedIn. So if you like to ask some questions, so the ones I can answer, I'll try to answer them. The ones that I can, I have the data guy with me, so he can help us. He can help out, yeah.
Yeah, I know Kasim can teach.
So are there questions we would like to ask? Might be career related. It doesn't necessarily have to be, this. We have a lot of hands-on people also. So if it's something that falls outside the scope of what we do, so I'm sure we can get somebody in the house to also help respond to the question. Are there questions you'd like to ask? Yes. Okay.
My question may not be Microsoft based on what we have delivered. I just want to have an idea. You used to be the MD of Lagos Business.
Not Lagos Business School.
Really like
last
the MD of that. I forgot the name.
Is last CBT.
Okay, last CBT. And now you are the MD of Icon Systems.
Yes.
What are the things you do as your organization?
Okay.
Or what has been the difference between your former role and what you do?
Okay. Well, at the last CBT, I was just trying to make it great. It was a project, right? Okay. At the time, I was in Abuja, right? So the project brought me back to Lagos. So there was a project to set up a center that people can use to administer exams. So that's why I was involved in the project, to lead the project. So I built the place, and so some of the services that LASU CBT offers include training services. There's retail, there's corporate training. There's a place that is used to interface with corporate customers on the mainland, and that address. Corporate people don't like to go to that address. Yes, so that's some of the services we offer there. Training services, exam services. I'm not there anymore, right? So I had to move on. But before I left, we were able to administer at least over 300,000 CBT exams, CBT-based exams. So CBT-based exam is also one of the services. There we had over 500 computers, there at the CBT. So, but before the CBT, so I've always been with Icons. So at the Icons, we do trainings as well and support services. So support services, like we have some customers also in Abuja, and trainings. So those are the services that we offer at Icon Systems. And the site, so you can check out the URL, Icon Systems.
Yes, like sorry. Oh no, I'm going to service now. Like Mr. Digi told us that his organization, giving computers to his organizations, are also offering internship. People that have learned so much, they don't have places to do hands-on. Does your organization also do that? Or is it thinking about that?
With that's why we have the community, right? What are we using this platform to do? To empower people, and when there are opportunities that we can all leverage, it would be nice for our community guys. So there's this thing I need. Let me see if one of the community members can help out, right? And it's good that most of the roles now are remote based. Right. I also do some remote work myself too, for some foreign organizations as well. So it won't be bad for any one of us if it's a service that we, that I render, that any one of us render, and we see that we can tutor someone, somebody can be under our tutelage to walk the person through to, yes, we'll be happy to do it.
Are you listening? Are you listening?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
sir. Please follow him up.
There was a question Mr. Joseph asked, which it was not properly answered regarding the Azure pathway.
Okay.
Can you trajectory that someone who wants to learn Azure could pass through? He asked that question.
Okay. For Synapse, though, it was for Synapse.
Yeah,
just Synapse or Azure generally?
No, that was on Synapse.
It was on Synapse.
It was on Synapse. Is there a trajectory of
certification?
There's a link on this.
Okay, do you need the link? I can just display the link.
No, so for Azure, for Azure, if you go to the Microsoft Azure Learn, right? So we have so it depends on basically what you want. So the first question is, what do you want? So if you want to learn Azure in general, right? Go to Microsoft Learn website. You have all the guidelines, everything, resources, labs that you need to practice there. And then, so the first thing is to do the Azure fundamentals, which is the AZ900 certification. Then after that, you can now decide if you want to go into data or cloud.
Yes, so just like he has answered it, right? When it comes to Azure, Azure is very broad, right? So you need to
figure if you are going to major in security, if you want data in a way too is part of the cloud now, right? Or if you want to do security, or you want to do network administration, so to speak. So that will guide you on which of the path to follow. And the best URL that I would say should be your good friend when it comes to choosing which certification to choose from, or which of the certification path to follow, is the Microsoft Learn, microsoftlearn.com. Visit that website and you'll be able to, it should guide you through it. So you can find classes that you can take on. There are a number of free classes up on the platform. And if you don't like those self-paced classes as well, because sometimes, when you do self-paced learning, you might not, if it's a course that you have 5 days to wrap up, you might not finish the course in maybe 2 months, maybe 3. So you can have it be instructor-led. So you also have the option of choosing instructor-led courses. Just that for those ones, you need to pay for that. All right, so thank you very much.
You have more questions now?
Announcements.
You can just team after the.
Thank you.
Just appreciate him. Thank you so much. All right. So please be looking for a code. If you have maybe 2, or find a missing code, please you can let us know. If you're supposed to have a quiz session with Mr. Popoola.
One point. Type-C charger.
Yes.
All right. So let's quickly have that. I think that's the last. That should be our last session for the day, and then we can have the both of them. Okay. So this is Miss Olanna and Isiaka.
I mean, what's the use of a good meetup without Q&A session? So we're not here to test you, but I hope we've been listening, because most of these questions will come from sessions we have today, as well as some of the sessions we'll be having in 10 days. 10 weeks. 10 weeks of learning. So if you've been joining those sessions, paying attention, even if you're just passing by and you just hit something, one of those things will come out. And hope are able to provide answers. It's a Kahoot session. How are you?
Yes.
Yes, it's a Kahoot session. We are going to display a code on the screen. Just pick up your phone, go to the site. Are you going to? Yeah, okay. So we're going to display the site. Go to the site, enter the code that will display. You would connect to the session. Questions will come up on the screen. First fingers 1 by 1, and your answer has to be correct. I don't know which one comes first. So your answer has to be correct, number 1. Then fastest fingers, number 2. So we have prizes for 7 lucky winners. So we have first, second, third prizes. Then we have consolation prizes too. Am I speaking too fast?
Yes.
Shall I take it slowly? Are we ready? Okay. So this is the site, kahoots.com.
No, this is not where they are coming. I want to log in.
I are logging
We are
now,
coming
so that they will go to the...
okay, this is where we will be going, but not yet. Oops.
Look.
Kahoots. This is where we are coming. Are we together? So this is where we are coming.
Exactly.
Then just wait for me. I want to log in so that you'll be able to have access.
Give them 1 minute to kahoots.it.
Yes, kahoots.it.
Go ahead.
This is where you're coming.
So if you already have Kahoots.
Yeah, you just hold on. He will display the code you would enter.
Yes, I will display it. I want to generate the code.
I hope our phones are charged though. Plug in your phone now, it's not charged though, so it doesn't go off at the middle of the game. And I hope we have strong internet connection, so I don't go and say A and it's taking forever, it's loading.
Okay, I'm coming.
If you have a beef to internet provider, send them a text now. I'm sorry. Please, can we continue after now? Or you can use the Wi-Fi.
Okay. No, just over there. All right.
Hope we're not tense.
I just that's the next thing. You get the point now. So this is the code. What is finger? So you insert this code into this. You have your name. The first thing is to insert the code.
Kahoot.it.
So you come to kahoot.it, then you search the code 101538. So people are already joining. You can see Rasheed.
Let's give them like 1 minute.
This Gloria want to participate. Are we done? Can we start? Or we are still waiting for more people? 15 people as at now. We have 15 people as at now. So we have 10 questions and each one is 30 seconds. We have 10 questions, each one is 30 seconds per question. Are we still waiting for anybody else? 21?
Yes. Number is growing. Number is growing.
Today we talked about Azure data services. We talked about Synapse. There was data lake. A lot of Power BI conversations. The questions will be coming from
We have 22 participants. Yes, now if you are. So all these items, we are not taking anyone home.
I already know what it is.
Hello, class. For the gift items.
We'll look at the winners. We will not give them our gifts.
For the gift items.
Sorry, madam, don't start that one.
For the gift items, we have first position. We have first position, second position, third position, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. They are consolidation prices. But the bulky prices are for first, second, third. The materials.
You can change it to the exchange market and get dollars for them.
So I hope we are not waiting for anybody else. Can we start? So I'll be displaying the questions and you'll be typing the answers on your devices.
Are we ready?
Yeah. Can we go ahead? Can we start?
Yes.
Mind you, 30 seconds per question. Fattest finger. Start. It's loading.
Don't let your own network come.
You have a better network than the free one. Please use it too. You know there's a free service here. Maybe you have a better one. All right, it's loading. You see something on your devices now. What are you seeing? Connect, Abby. Question 1. Just look at the options for the answer and pick the color.
We have different type of
Just pick the color. Look at the options and pick the color on your device. 7 answers for now. The question is up here.
What type of analysis answers the question? What is most likely to happen?
So we have questions. We have questions here.
Is it prescriptive analysis? Is it diagnostic, predictive, descriptive? What type answers the question?
All right. So are we ready for the next one? All right. Next. Question number 2. Check answer from here and pick the correct color. Don't lose hope now.
After this one, we'll check who is leading.
You see 21 answer, 21 out of 24. Seconds more. Time up. I will set for the next one.
17 people got it correctly.
So 17 people got it correctly. 3 miss it. No, 3 picked the first option.
Yeah, another 3.
3 people picked the other. I will set for the next one.
Who is leading? Yes,
what is leading? This
Crowdon.
This Crowdon is leading.
Okay, Rasheed, sir, you're up there too.
Question number 3. You get close, Mr. Rasheed.
So we looked at different tools. Which one is the visualization tool? Which one is not? Which one can we not use for visualization? So we literally can use all of them for analysis, but we cannot use all of them for visualization.
9 seconds more. Thank you. Time up. Next one. Are we set? Are we set? Are we set?
I know Data Explorer, we can use it for analysis. We can also create dashboards.
Oh, Dami A. Dami is copying the link. Who is Dami? We'll get to know. Next.
So I think David mentioned we have moved from Excel to Power BI. But from Excel, I can also connect to external data sources outside using the data within Excel. So how do I do that?
10 seconds more. Thank you. 15 people got it right. 15 people got it right. The correct answer is get.
That means still leading.
Next, we want to see the scoreboard.
That means don't drop.
Mr. Rasheed is on top. Can we move to the next one?
Let's go.
All right. Number 5.
All our Excel gurus in the house. Which of these is not an Excel function?
If that message doesn't do it, that means you don't us accept.
There's flow, there's ceiling, there's power, there's norms. Which of them?
Time up. Want to see the scoreboard?
Don't fall my hand. Not me.
No, do not skip. I think it's the internet.
I think it's the internet, yeah.
Yeah, it's the internet.
But I've skipped, so it's fine. The next question, yeah.
Skip. Can keep skip. You skip.
What I skipped was the scoreboard. No, don't worry, we get to know. This is the question.
How many views do you have in Power BI?
Just pick your answer. Don't worry. Just pick your answer.
I hope we know the names of these 3 views we have in Power BI.
Pick your answer.
Okay. Are you choosing the number?
The color.
The color.
In relative to what we are seeing.
This is not working. This is not working.
5 seconds more.
We are the rest people now. 23.
This network.
Thank you. Time up. 12 people got it right.
How is it that most people know it's 3 Gs, but a lot of people got this one particular question?
It's covered.
Shegun is still leading.
Shegun is leading. Yes. Wait. Next question.
Who is it Samuel Ajani that joined? And he's the second. No.
That's why the time lagging.
Yeah, that's why the lag. Wow. Which of these functions can be used to create a virtual relationship in Power BI?
Wow.
We have treat as, we have used, relationship, related, and related table.
Don't give up. Don't give up. Time up. 8 people got it right. This is one of the difficult questions.
Data general, data services.
Because it's not a common function.
Yes.
Yeah, because you know related table, and use relationship is common as well.
All right, can we go to the next? Who is leading? I think this share will get advantage over Sandra because of the time lagging.
Possible.
It's possible.
Look.
Because the guy is doing the competition with internet. All right, next.
Oga Rasheed, I cannot see you on the board though. What's going on?
Shegun, don't jam me.
Azure Synapse has an old name before they made it Azure Synapse. What was the old name? You know, when they teach in class, you go on small research. That's one of the first things you'll see when you start reading about Synapse. They'll say Azure Synapse, formerly called this, before they go ahead. So if at all you took anything from that class, you have to go and do a little research. It's one of the first things they say.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it used to be Azure Data Warehouse before they consolidated a lot of things into it and made it Azure Synapse Analytics.
Yeah. 6 people. For the 6 people, was it trial and error? Or we actually know the answer? All right. This Shegun is still on top. Wow.
I would. Can I help Samuel to collect his? Let me help Sam collect his gift.
Let us finish. The next, we still have 2 questions.
I'll help him keep it.
If you know that Samuel is also a Microsoft MVP. Is there any note? Okay. Which of the options is not an integrated component?
So we said it was called Azure. What's it called? Azure Data Warehouse. Before they integrated some components and made it Azure Synapse. So what components were integrated to make it Azure Synapse? I would say as of today because just like David said, they are still integrating a lot of things. I mean, Synapse is the future. So probably tomorrow now we'll wake up and see that the one that we said is not integrated has been integrated. But as of today, which one has not been integrated?
So the correct answer is what? Stream analysis.
It was mentioned today. They said you can, do all of your transformation within Synapse. And Data Factory is what used to do that. Yeah. They said you can analyze within Synapse using Power BI. It was mentioned here today.
Just a few minutes ago.
Yes, it was mentioned here.
All right, can we go to the last? I know for this guy to have topped the ladder, he's not likely to drop. Okay, the last one.
The difference is a lot.
So Samuel is proving to me that our internet cannot be a challenge. Last question.
I know it was mentioned here. We did Azure Data Lake here today. And we mentioned different file formats that are allowed in Data Lake. So which of them? Each of them is not allowed. There is XML, JSON, parquet.
We are good.
So the correct answer is none.
All of them, you can literally put anything in your data lake.
Exactly. So these are just file extensions. Parquet, JSON, XML, they are file extensions, which are data lake.
You can have PDF, capacity. You can have audio files, video files.
So we want to see, this is the end of this is the end. We want to see the podium for the winners.
Is that the only game?
Let us stand up for the stand up. Can Sam see what we are doing and talk to us?
You can see.
Let's see your face.
Can't talk now. You can talk.
Oh,
Is it on Team?
Yeah, it's streaming. Wow. He should send his message on YouTube tag.
Rasheed.
Can you send message to us on YouTube? You can talk. Let him talk now.
Can we project it?
Who is Oluwaseyi? Please come out. Please come out. Who is Deji? Not Deji.
No. We don't know who Deji is. We don't know who Deji is.
It's competition now.
It's competition. We don't know who Deji is. We don't know him.
Sam knows supposed to go about this. Can we protest? Okay, Samuel, we are standing up for the champion. How best can you see us? Do you see us or? In Lagos. So some of the participants at OAU were saying because they were at the distance, so they couldn't, submit their responses as early as it was possible. So they made me to know that day that internet could be a challenge. So until you have proved to us that, look, whether you are at a distance or not, you are in Ghana, right? So you are taking a position from Nigeria. Please can we? So much for letting us know that our internet would not be a challenge. It's about what? About our knowledge. Thank you. So how do you get your prize? We will communicate to you. My neighbor. So Mr. said maybe we should look for another fourth position. Let me check for that. Who's Oluwaseyi? Who's Oluwaseyi? Okay. So we have consolation prizes for 3, 4. Is it 4, 5, 6? Somebody is having a free ticket, our MVP.
Yeah. So we're going to be giving
that competition of February that I mentioned, somebody won $1,000. Wow. Who was at that event? By the DB Brown Consulting. It was a $1,000 worth of change, not cash. All right, so let me check. Full reports. Want to see if we want to fill reports. So you get to know where you stand.
You don't have to project it.
Eh?
You don't have to
You don't even project it. So this is where we stand. So who is number 4?
Gabonia.
Is the person here? Oh,
be online.
Please step outside. Number 5. All right, thank you. You're welcome. Number 6, Brown. Number 6, Brown. And then number 7, the last person, number 7, Shegun 24. Oh, Shegun 24.
Minus Shegun 24.
Minus Shegun 24. Okay, we are going to AZ.
Which is
All right, please come out.
So we still need like 2 more people since we're taking out the
I've replaced them. I've replaced them. These are consolation prices.
Okay.
4 of them. All right. The big bosses in the house will do the presentation. You know how politicians do.
Yeah, are you sure you're AZ or is AZ? AZ is also AZ too.
We only have one.
Your device will tell you what. So from your car, compare what number they use.
Okay, let me check if we have other AZ. Let me check again. If you have other AZ.
And what did your own device tell you? What number it is?
Okay, who is using capital? Who is using small? Who use Z, capital Z and small z? Okay, I use capital. And now that place supposed to be. Easy to easy.
Okay, can we scroll up?
Is it capital or small?
Okay, which one?
The correct one. He said it. Those is called.
The correct one is small.
Correct one is small.
I've already yes. Okay. All right, for the first position now, we have Samuel. And the gift item for
Samuel.
No, skip Samuel.
Skip Samuel, okay.
Skip Samuel and Deji. Olusegun.
Okay, now we'll give Olusegun.
Position to Olusegun.
Yeah.
Who is Olusegun? Okay. The person has 3 items: MCT, the bag, and the jotter.
And the ticket. He also has a ticket. We're giving the first 5 people tickets.
First 5 people tickets. Okay, first 5.
Wow! Please can we clap for them?
But the need to just register for the event. There's an event happening in November. So it's a paid event. It's not free.
Yeah.
So yes, techsummitnigeria.com. So I guess maybe the first 5 people can have free tickets. It's happening at Radisson Blue.
So Radisson Blue. Please can we clap for you, please? Photographer, are you doing your work?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I will not tell you, but you're now.
Radisson Blue.
Second position. Gabonia. Gabonia was presented by Mr. Sheyi. You don't know how politicians do it.
No, they will say Deji come.
No, this one. Second position and this.
These 2 of us.
Then third position. Picardon. By our next MVP. Sakasi. We have 4 items for the next. Which is what? Is it Brown? Brown. Please, who is Brown?
The brown shoes.
Who is it? Mr. Rasheed. At least we didn't get any prize. Yes. The next is what?
Shegun 24.
Shegun, please come out to be handed over by our MVP.
No, it's AZ now.
AZ, okay, AZ.
Oh, AZ.
To be handed over by our AZ. MVP, Adewale Yusuf.
Then we have Dami A.
Dami. So you cannot only talk.
I cannot only do.
You can also add value. Adewale, please. Adewale, please.
This is Ojoro. Start taking the questions. Are you sure you did not know the questions? Congratulations.
Okay, thank you. And the last person is Afis Babatunde.
No, skip.
Skip.
Skip to the next person.
Next person.
Gloria.
Yeah.
You see why I say you should not use hope. Afis. Everyone present this now.
Afis, I come and present.
I said you should not lose hope.
Sorry.
You said you should recap.
Oh, yeah. We taking any?
So that's it. Thank you so
Alright,
much.
so the first 5 people we have free tickets to the event.
Who are those 5 again?
Let's
What is up? First 10 people.
Hold on.
You know when I'm travel from Ghana. Yeah.
No, that's for the solution for the software.
Okay, Sam is hearing us. Sam, are you hearing us? So you have a free ticket. You have won a free ticket apart from the physical item.
No, Sam is already part of
Sam is
So all of us now.
Yes,
none of us.
No skipping.
So let's they will need to send an email.
Okay.
Register and then send an email to info@.
Let us have it. Your email address.
Info.
So thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. Hope you had fun. They are not beating those that got prizes. Don't block anybody on their way home.
I will block you.
All right, so this is the end of this event, and thank you all for coming. I'll be calling Mr. Shea to give the vote of thanks, and that is the
Okay, this is the email address.
yeah, that's the email address.
No skipping.
That is which one is it, VI or
Ah,
it's not the same.
Mr. Kazim. Mr. Kazim. Some Nigerians are funny. Have the names of people that are entitled to this.
No, I'll call it out.
Before you see some strange email, they skip.
Olusegun, Gagoni, Bakra Don, Brown, Olusegun 24, AZ, Yami A, Afis, Babatunde, and Gloria.
Skip Afis.
No, we can't skip Afis now. But we can skip the G.
What of the presenters?
Well, talk to the organizer.
Okay.
Sam is part of it.
So we're starting from Olusegun, Gabonia,
So we have 10, 1, 5, 3, 8. That's 10, 1, 5, 3. Okay, you have free tickets. That is take Samuel's position. And Gloria take the
Okay.
So both of them. So this is the email address. Don't forget it.
Please, you have free ticket to go there. So we thank everyone for taking our time to be here.
The link to the summit, then
and they will send it to you through email.
So we want to appreciate everyone that comes. Very with your busy schedule, you try to make it here. And hopefully, please continue to be online. Check for other events like the one you said and every other one. There is data fees, that a lot of events that is going to come up. Data first. Yeah. So please, we're going to take a group picture before we go. Please, can we all just gather for the picture?
Sir, this Nigeria is still ongoing.
Yeah, it's still ongoing. That's why
we have 3 more sessions.
Yeah. Okay. So
please
please
don't forget the tweet join the session. So
if you know that you want to join the platform, please see me so that you can keep apprised of the links for the event. You need to register.
Yeah, please, cameraman, where are we taking the group picture?
Please just see me so that we can
outside. Okay, let's just follow the cameraman.
Can get information
and for the group picture. And please, there is a series on Azure for those of you interested in doing Azure exam. Is what?
400.
900 and 400. Please, there's a series going on. So please find out and join the community, join the series, and do the professional exam. So he's representing the Azure community. And also the, what's it called? If you want to join the data platform community, please get in touch with Mr. Rasheed. Let's go out for the group picture. Thank you very much.
Please, we should not litter here, please. So that they will not say Nigerians, they don't start. There's a waste bin we can drop this.